Okay, I'd like to call to order this budget meeting of February 25th, 2019. Gay, have we been adequately noticed?
Yes, we were adequately noticed on February 20th, 2019, to the Princeton Packet and the Times.
All right. Do you want to call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Jeevers?
Yes.
Hamilton?
Yes.
Manzera?
Yes.
Miller?
Yes.
Zhang?
We did receive an email from Councilman Zhang, who said that he would try to get here by 11:30, which it was very recently. Gay, we do not have saluting the flag on the agenda,
Let's do it anyway.
but I would like to do it anyway, so if you'd all join me. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Opening remarks from our business administrator.
Good morning, soon to be good afternoon. Thank you for rearranging your schedule today. I know it's a lot for all of you to juggle. I'm going to make some opening remarks about the 2019 budget. There are constraints when we prepare the budget requests, which you are familiar with. They're specifically challenging, and they are the 2% property tax levy cap and the cost of living adjustment cap, which affects how much budget appropriations can be increased. The operating budget funds are a core mission of delivering essential municipal services. We are a full-service community. Capital budget funding priorities are for infrastructure, investment, sewer and road repair replacement projects, repair and replacement of sidewalks, which we heard you previously about the need to invest in that particular project, and improvement to the drainage systems. Our 6-year capital budget plan is an assessment of long-term community priorities. It includes grants from outside funding sources as eligible opportunities and qualifying programs and projects present themselves. Most of those grants are usually in the area of engineering for road projects. The proposed operating budget is within the levy cap. Total expenditures are $41,880,000 compared to last year's amount of $40,726,220.57, an increase of $1,153,779.43. This represents a 2.83% increase over last year. Administration, the business administrator and the chief financial officer worked at cutting the budget requests that the departments and divisions submitted. Both of us removed $222,347 worth of requests from the budget. Salary and wages have increased $597,004, representing a 4.3% increase from last year. In the other expenses category, major increases, $556,775.43, represents a 2.8% increase from last year. Overall, the increases are in areas of pension plans, $349,874, $185,000 for Class 3 special officers, that's salary and wages, I'm sorry, other expenses, that's offset by a revenue which we receive from the Board of Ed. $160,133 for Stony Brook Regional Sewage Authority, and $135,831.31 for miscellaneous other line items throughout the other expense items in the budget. And finally, $43,193.12 for a grant from Mercer County for a K-9 vehicle, which was included in the temporary budget that you approved in early January. The vehicle was also approved for purchase by council. So that's an offset because it's grant revenue coming in to cover that expense. The major decreases are $180,070 for debt service and $137,186 for group insurance, our employee health benefits program. Capital expenditures. The 2019 capital improvement program totals $6,469,430. There are fully funded projects that amount to $459,230, leaving a total of $6,010,200 in projects to be bonded. Revenues. We are restricted by the property tax levy cap. It restricts the township's ability to increase the amount to be raised by taxation. To balance the 2019 budget, this revenue increased by $300,446.36. The proposed tax levy is $25,375,876.75. It represents a 1.2% increase within the state mandated levy cap. The total assessed valuation, which is the tax base for 2019, has not been certified as of this date. The books remain open. Information regarding the total assessed value, the value of the average household, and the effect on the municipal tax rate will be made available after the tax assessor has completed her certification. Indications right now are the preliminary estimate for the 2019 municipal tax rate associated with the proposed budget is estimated to be a ½ cent increase based on 2018 information. In closing, if council has any questions that they would like us to do further follow-up, please feel free to get that information to us either later this evening or first thing tomorrow, so we can turn that information around and get it back to you, since we are on a very aggressive schedule. And if there are things that you, in your review of the budget, forget to ask of the department heads and division managers that will be here today and tomorrow, you can always follow up with an email. I would suggest please email me with a CC to the clerk, so Joanne and I can work on getting the accurate information to you in a timely manner. I'm going to turn it over, before I turn it over to the police chief, we will go through operating budgets and then followed by capital budget requests, including the 6-year capital improvement program. You know, that's an opportunity to have dialogue on priorities. You know, The mayor's budget was put forth with what we believe are the priorities, but you may want to have further discussion among yourselves in public session here as to whether or not you want to reorder those priorities. I'll turn it over to Chief Garofalo and Lieutenant Lee. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, thank you again for giving us our brief moment.
Garv, can you please speak into the mic?
Yeah, I just wanted to...
Thank you.
Okay. First and foremost, thank you to the mayor, and thank you to our business administrator and our chief financial officer for working with me on this budget. I know it's a very difficult thing every year, and of course, the police department, we push the envelope as much as we can. So I unfortunately give this team a lot of grief when it comes to the budget, and we need more and more and more and more. So I understand the restraints we work in, and thank you for working with me to make it all work. And thank you to the mayor for making that happen. That being said, we are looking at the future, and we are looking at a great deal of change. We're looking at a great deal of growth and a great deal of issues facing our police department. This year, I have to say, I give you our goals and objectives for 2019, but I also gave you our 2018 events. This is just a brief, hand-scratched list of events that were documented. So we had this year over 113 events that our officers have made it out to. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what community policing is about. It's about being present, being around, even the smallest little event, our officers were out there. And I have to tell you, this year, our officers, like every year in the past, have stepped up to the challenge, and they are all heroes. They are all out there every day running in to burning buildings, running into situations, running into assaults, running into domestics. Everything that we can possibly have thrown at us has been thrown at us, and they are doing so with professionalism, with dignity, and with every single piece of law enforcement skill they have. They're well-trained, they're well-educated, and it shows, and I'm very proud of every single one of them. They're also all my kids, so to speak. So, you know, as chief, you have to keep an eye on all the kids. So I worry for their safety. And a lot of the budget issues and things I look for is to keep them safe and to make sure they're not compromised doing their job when they're running into those burning buildings. And to also make sure that they have the tools necessary to do their job and keep up with the technology that's changing day by day. And also, after my officers, and along the same parallel, no more or no less, every single individual that comes in and out of this town. My main priority is their safety. So when you look at our budget, understand that's what we look at, is the safety of all these individuals. So in 2018, we had a great year. We continue to push, when President Obama pushed the 21st century policing aspect of policing, we were doing that for years. This was nothing new to us. Matter of fact, many of the Attorney General's guidelines that have been coming down on different things that policing should be doing, we have already been doing for a great number of years. So again, our professionalism is shown in the proof of what we do every day. We have embarked on our Class 3 program and received nothing but accolades, maybe one or two not, but nothing but accolades from most of the individuals in this town and how great a program this is. I really have to thank Lieutenant Lee for just putting that program together and being one of the first agencies to actually launch a field training officer program for the Class 3. So not only do we take our Class 3 program very seriously, we take it a step above the state's guidelines. We go above and beyond to do even more to train and make sure that they fit the parameters of a West Windsor police officer. Because we are putting West Windsor police, make no doubt, we're putting West Windsor police officers in those schools. So we're looking out for the safety of everyone involved. Some of our smaller programs, like our Operation Blue Angel, where we have lock boxes on homes for individuals who may have disabilities or may not be able to get to the door in a medical emergency, is going well. Thankfully, we have not had to really use that ability, but we've had quite a number of people register for the program and have the comfort of knowing that we can gain access to their home without having to try and break a door or a window or something to get in, and we can save a lot of time. A lot of our other programs are moving forward. We have, thanks to the mayor and the West Windsor Gives Back, we were able to move forward on our drone program and get that up and running. That has been a tremendous help in doing so. And we are still in the testing phases of all this, and we've already had 2 or 3 call-outs for disabled or suicidal individuals where we have been assisting and cutting down search time in many of those instances, including an incident just in our own town yesterday where we were able to put a drone up in the air with the heat-seeking capabilities and those capabilities. So we've had Robbinsville reach out to us, we've had other agencies reach out to us, and we are also looking at our safety concerns when we have large crowd situations. We're able to get operational advantage over the top of a crowd to make sure people are safe, make sure groups are allowing each other to commingle safely, and just a limitless expanse and possibilities that we're able to put together with this. Some of our other, as you can see for our 2019, and again, I'll be brief, I will not go through every page of 20 pages of goals and objectives. This is just to give you an idea of some of the continuing, as I submitted a 5-year plan years ago, I'm showing you how that plan is evolving. So our strategic plan with our goals and objectives evolves from the flow chart here, through input from the residents, through input from our officers, and through input from the council and from the administration. That plan, as you can see, there's little star marks next to a number of the different goals and objectives, just to let you know these objectives are being met. And I've added a few other goals and objectives to it and have made changes to some of those as the program is very fluid and we continue to change. But instead of giving you just a list of, here's my goals for next year or this and that, this is a much more in-depth list. If any council member would like to sit down at any point and go over any of this or go over what our future goals and objectives are, feel free to reach out to me. We're glad to do so. Some of our big projects this year, which we're still working on, is our radio improvement. Unfortunately, we have, like an old house, you have to fix the roof. You have to fix things. And after so many years of law enforcement and our radio system going through 2 upgrades, we are doing a major upgrade to it. Hopefully this one, we did not expect such a large component to it because we had to change some ways we did routers and with some ways we did repeaters and all these little pieces that we thought were going to work in this new environment with towers isn't going to work, so we went a different way with it where now we are going to be able to have our system be able to communicate with our officers anywhere in town and have a state-of-the-art system to be able to do this. The problem is it has required a lot of tweaking by administration and by us to be able to financially move forward with this. So this has been a huge project, but it's also one of our biggest officer safety issues. One of the worst things you want in the field is being out somewhere, you're the only officer out there, and you can't communicate with dispatch. God forbid something happens. That is probably one of the worst nightmares, and it's one of the most terrifying things for me, that we need to fix this problem, and we are working on fixing it. Let's see. So I will probably jump back if we need to, but I am ready to review the operating budget, review then the capital budget. The operating budget, if you take a look, even though we have many needs, many concerns, we have no change from last year. So we have tried to play in the sandbox, and we'll see that the areas of always of concern are going to be our vehicles. So you will see us come back to you year after year with increases in that. Okay, our vehicles, we can't keep up with the costs anymore. They're getting more expensive because now they're being manufactured by Ford directly with police packages built into them, and the costs are going up. Where years ago, we used to be able to replace 7, 8 vehicles with that same money. We're now down to 3 and possibly 2. So that has been a big hit for us. One of the things also we're looking at too is we're expanding programs where we have been part of the CARE initiative in Mercer County. So we are very aware of the heroin epidemic that is out there and the fact that we are constantly Narcanning individuals. We have all this going on, and part of that CARE program is when we arrest individuals, they are immediately being put in touch with individuals who are part of programs to assist them. City of Angels, all these little programs that are out there. These are experts in the field who have been through it, who now reach out to these people who are involved in the heroin epidemic and try and get to them at the moment when they are the most vulnerable, and we can give them the most help. On top of that, we have initiated a program where our agency is now 24/7 care initiative. So you don't have to be arrested and have to be brought to police headquarters for us to get you help. You could come to police headquarters 24 hours a day, 3 o'clock in the morning, and say, hey, I have a drug issue, I want help. And we will get you in touch with the people who are involved in this program to get you the help you need, get you to the places you need to go. On those lines, we're increasing our canine program, and this is some of the budget issues we're having too, is because now we're increasing the amount of dogs we have, and that gives us a budget issue because we also are now involved in, we have drug dogs that we work with. So we have one drug dog that we're bringing online who is out there looking for heroin, out there looking for those large supplies coming into our town. We need to stop the source so it doesn't end up in our schools and our kids aren't buying it from other kids. If we can stop it from getting here and we can let people know that we're out looking for it, then we can make a major difference in this, and we can try. Because that's all we have to continue trying no matter how daunting that task is. Because this heroin epidemic affects everyone, every age group. And it's something that is near and dear to our heart. Because we have family members affected by this, and we don't want to see it anymore. So we're going to do everything we can to help in this situation. So I don't have any specific areas in the operating budget, but I do know that we have issues with vehicles. We have issues with equipment. Training is one of our biggest issues that we are always hitting and asking for more money, because obviously training is one of the cornerstones of what we do and one of the most important things. So if you see these areas, because they went up 2 years ago, whenever they continue to go up, these are areas of concerns for us. I'm open to questions directly on the operating, right? Is that where we're at this point? I forget sometimes where we're at. I don't want to take up too much of your time, because now I'm running.
Anybody have questions on the operating budget?
What page is that?
6 and 7.
If no one else has questions, I have some.
What?
If no one else has questions, I have some questions.
Well, certainly. Wow.
Thank you for being here. It was a good description. I think you guys do work hard. I have a couple of questions, and I'm looking at the section which shows us what your department request was and what the administration recommendation was. Specifically looking at the training budget. So you requested 15, administration is recommending that we approve 9. What is not going to happen as a result of the reduced request from administration?
Well, obviously, anything that is required by this agency, we do. So that is something we can't get around. There are initiatives that, and also understand too, that there are initiatives that come from the county, that are county-based initiatives that do not cost us money. So there's a great deal that doesn't cost us money. But it's a juggling act like with anything else. You know, we see where our training budget can go, and we see some of the things that we can do. And what we try and do, no matter what our budget is Lieutenant Lee does a creative dance every day of the week in the beginning of the year to try and find us low-cost training or no-cost training everywhere. So we may not get the really specific training we want in something, but he'll try and find something to supplement that. That's not to say that we couldn't use every dime of it and an extra 10,000 more, okay? As much as I can get, I will use every dime of it to give us training. But you can be rest assured that if your question lies in, you know, will an officer not be trained in something they must be trained in, that will never happen, okay? But we will be very creative, and sometimes we're sending officers in greater distances to have that training.
Give me an example of that.
Aisha,
Pennsylvania?
could you just tell us the page number?
Oh, sure. I apologize. So
6.
we're-
6, okay.
Well, I'm actually looking at page 39 of the orange tab that says department requests.
So,
So do we pay for travel then when officers are having to go further distances?
what we like to do is when officers go a little bit further, that if it's something we require, depending on how far it is something we could pay for, but for most of our purposes, 99% of the time, we are just paying for training.
Because your travel budget is $500.
Yeah.
Right,
We're
so
just
you're
paying for
not,
training.
you're not covering a whole lot of travel here.
Right. Right. The worst thing
Okay.
will happen is we'll use a departmental easy pass to cover that, because that's something.
Yeah,
we
they're
have to
covered. They're not paying out of their pocket.
If you look at the last 5 years, the average is $10,000, a little over $10,000.
Right. So I have another,
Excuse me.
I have some additional
I should
questions.
Just
so-
1 second. Gay, is that YZ's book? Because he didn't pick it up.
This is our copy.
Oh, that's their copy.
His book
So
is
no,
in the
you have to go in
mailbox.
there.
Actually, it should be over here.
Sorry. No, I apologize, but I wanted him to have it in front of him while you were speaking. Thank
Do you want to grab your book from the mailbox?
Oh, you got, let me just grab this.
And we've also tried to supplement more with online training, too. There's a great deal of training we are doing that we pass on to our Power DMS system, that we pass on to NJ Learn. There's all that training. That happens every day behind the scenes. Like, we're stepping into our training day that we have internally. So we have groups come in and speak, and at least sets up all the training as far as, this year we have a C group coming in to speak with our officers. We have their standard training. We have every year all the core training. That costs us nothing.
Right.
So, yeah, and CARE is coming also to be part of that initiative, so we have a great deal. But there's always a balance.
So just wanting to make sure, right, that the 9,000 is going to be workable for you, right?
I will work with whatever I can get, and I can always use more.
And I
I
appreciate
will
that.
always need more training.
So stepping back for a second, we approved expenditures in 2018 for drone training, right, for officer training. And I had asked Gay, and she did, thankfully, I think you helped as well, to pull the actual invoices for me of how much we spent, right, how much we authorized. And on average, it seemed to be, all told, per officer, about $1,000 per officer for the training, for the testing, for the certifications, right? So that was about $10,000 that was spent in 2018 just for drone training.
That seems a little high.
Yeah, that would be, we have 48 officers?
No,
No,
there's
only 10.
There's only 5 officers who are,
There were 10 names on the list and 10 receipts that were, but looking forward to 2019, 2020, you mentioned you've got this drone program up and running. What kinds of training costs are we looking at on an annual basis that are going to either involve recertifications or new certifications going forward?
and that is something, unfortunately, is more fluid, because it's one of those programs that is up and coming. It's one of those things where we're learning as we go. Some expenses we can forecast out, some we can't. We have set our drone program with our initial people now. Are we looking to get additional people as time goes on? Yes, we would have to send them to some type of training and then have them have the 107.
But do you have that
certification.
plan in place now? Or is the 10 officers or the 5 officers, whoever you've trained, is that sufficient for the next foreseeable 3 to 5 years?
For this budget, it is locked in for now. 3 to 5 years, we are going to see increases in that, and we will document that as each year comes in, and I will present it to administration, yes.
Could you indicate how administration has been assisting in supplementing your training
Yeah, great
line
point.
item?
A lot of that has come through education. So that money isn't coming out of. our
Contractually, it's a permitted expenditure.
Correct. Under our contracts, and I don't know what we can talk about or not, but I am allowed, we can approve if it's police-related and it's under education and they're not using that for a degree program, if it's law enforcement related, we can approve that.
Sure,
A
and
lot of
that makes
officers
sense.
have put out their own money ahead of time, gone to this training and gone to the certifications and then been taken care of by administration.
Right.
From the administration's perspective, is there a cap on that, or is that,
$4,000 per officer.
okay? And so this drone training is happening under that, so it's not impacting your training budget, per se?
Per se,
So that
right now.
that helps me sort of work that through, because I think that's helpful. Is there training reimbursement? So under the education part of it, is there reimbursement for travel and anything like that, or it's
No.
just the course?
No, it's meant specifically for the course. What would happen is the $4,000 would be eroded for the purposes of covering either registration and/or enrollment in a degree course. And the contract basically says that the money must be used for course-related, college courses related to police work. And if I deviate from that, I'm deviating from the contract, number one. And number two, it is a negotiable issue. And when I first came on board, there was concern about there not being a cap. And we have young officers who want to take advantage of the program, so we don't have limitless resources for tuition.
Right. No, and I appreciate you sort of explaining that out for the contracts as they currently stand, because that helps sort of, helps my comfort zone on this entire training budget is not going to be impacted just by drone training.
Right.
Because that was my concern, is
Right.
really
No,
what
and,
happens with the rest of it.
you know,
But
in
you guys-
looking at the contract, specifically PBA contract, and even the fire contract, if there are certification courses that meet the requirements, I believe active shooting training has
Sure.
been covered through the line item for tuition reimbursement in the business administrator's budget. So I think it's a prudent use of the money.
Sure.
And that's exactly why the administration made the recommendation it did.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. So let's go back to the drone program for a little bit. So I wasn't aware, have you, I know that the West Windsor Gives Back raised certain funds. Have you actually acquired the drone?
Yes, through the West Windsor Give Back funds, we have 5 operational drones. We
You have 5 drones?
Yes, we do.
You-
We have one very large 210 drone, which is capable of accepting a payload, insulin kits, ropes, things like that. And we have no, I believe we have 3 smaller ones, right? 3 or 4 smaller ones, which are the Enterprise Duo drones, which are made for law enforcement, which are also, all of them are heat-seeking capable, and FLIR, which is FLIR, which is what we use an acronym for, which is the heat-seeking capability. So we can see a rabbit in the middle of the woods with its heat signature, which we've already used to search for actual people.
Okay.
And use those signatures. Don't get me wrong. Our training budget covers 60 people, and,
Right.
Lieutenant Lee is a part-time musician to make it work, but our top priority is our training as far as special needs training, regular training, our use of force, all our stuff that we have to get in place. And then when there's time for other trainings, which some can be pretty expensive, even some that we need for our tactical teams and our other teams. But
Listen,
you will-
I'm on your side.
Oh, I know.
I just wanted to make sure you were getting enough in your budget to account for all of these different facets.
Of course not, we can always use a ton more, but we are working very well with administration, and they are going out of their way to give us the things that we are asking for, including the mayor. It's working out. But understand something
I'm sure.
about, the drones are something that is realistically in law enforcement on the cutting edge that everyone is jumping on board with. So we were the
So-
first to jump in the pool, and now the others are following behind us extremely close.
All right, so
including the
with
prosecutor's
respect to the
office.
drones,
Yes.
you mentioned that there are other towns that are requesting your services, and I think it's great that there's sort of,
Well, it's not only that, excuse me, I
Assistance
don't mean
going.
to interrupt, but there are other towns we are working with, like we are with the Rapid Response Partnership, to develop a cooperative.
That's great.
So these towns are now saying, hey, where'd you get these from? Hey, how'd you get that? What are these things like? Okay, great, because they want to come on board, so we have like a rapid response partnership for
Right.
drones.
And I
So
think
if
it's
we don't have
excellent.
one available, Robbinsville can send us theirs.
Right, and it's
Go for it.
excellent to have, I think, sort of, as very much a part of that community policing, right, is community law enforcement
Right.
mentality, which I think West Windsor has
Yeah.
always had.
And Mercer County's always had,
Mm-hmm.
with our prosecutor's office and with Prosecutor Honorfree, we have always had that cooperative.
Right.
We do joint operations. We're
So-
always working with other agencies, including our ability to investigate burglaries. We're a part of task force. We're part of
I
drug and
get it,
narcotic
Garth.
task force.
I'm going to stop you. My question
I'm very
is...
passionate, you know that.
I know that, and I
So-
love that about you. So the question is, do we have existing shared services agreements in place or something that protects West Windsor from liability should something untoward happen? So I think that's
For what,
something...
the drone program? No,
For the
this
drone
is-
program.
We can't have a shared services agreement until we have not officially launched any services, and really to share services, we want to get to the point of where we're past the testing phase, and also to the point where we get that, like a rapid response partnership.
So you mentioned that you had other townships reach out and
Yes.
ask you to help.
And like I said, we're still kind of like we're launching the program, and not so much as we're looking for a memorandum of understanding, kind of like we do at the schools and everywhere else, where we have that understanding between.
Mm-hmm. Do you
the
have that in
agencies
place
we're
yet?
gonna share services. Not anything formal yet. That's
Okay.
what actually Lieutenant Moore met with the prosecutor's office with last week to discuss, hey, when we put this partnership, this is what we want to do. Now, understand something. We don't need an MOU to share services with another agency. It's inherent in just our understandings with these agencies, that we have an understanding of MOU, that we share services with them. So if someone calls from Robbinsville and says, I need an officer, they don't have to say, well, I need a drone officer, I need a canine officer, and what's covered and what's not. We're covered in a sense of, from our liability insurance, that this is what we do.
Right.
This is what we have.
I believe there is a mutual police services agreement in force countywide. Is that correct, Chief?
There's a what, I'm sorry?
Mutual police services agreement that's
Yes.
enforced countywide. So does that agreement,
Yes.
what I'm getting at here, I'm not questioning your use of this, I'm not questioning your help of other townships. I want to make sure that you have contracts and agreements in place that protect us from liability. That's my only question.
Yes.
Does that mutual shared, whatever Marlena called it, the police services agreement, protect us from liability arising from your use of the drone program in another town?
Yes. It covers everything we do in another town.
Okay,
As we're acting as a police officer in West Windsor, we are covered in what we do.
okay. Is in West Windsor itself, now you've got 5 drones that are operational, right? It's great that you were able to buy 5 instead of 1, right? Fantastic.
Thank you again, Mayor.
I am not aware of any statewide or any West Windsor legislation that's going to protect residents in terms of privacy issues. That's something I think that the administration needs to take a look at.
Actually,
Is-
before you waste time on that, just so you know, as the police department, we are governed under privacy issues the same as it goes for anything else. So if I have a drone up in the air and I want to search your backyard for illegal activity, I am under the same constraints as if I looked over your backyard with binoculars, or if I climbed a tree. I still have to get a search warrant, and I still have to abide by all the legal rules as a police department we have to abide by. Same thing with searching a vehicle, same thing with searching an individual, all of that still plays. So there is no thing that the town can do to protect a drone in the air. That's covered by FAA. That has
Okay.
nothing to do with the town or anything like that. You have to follow their rules. Matter of fact, we can't even, and I can't say too much, but we can't even enforce certain things in the air because that is an FAA rule. And the way we're looking to get around that is the way a lot of places have done that, and that's discussions we are going to be having with you guys, is the use of drones by individuals in areas they're not supposed to. You cannot enforce any of that in the air. That is an FAA rule. What you can do is, and what NYPD and a lot of other places have done, is put local ordinance signs up. So if you put a sign up that says this is a no drone zone, then you can enforce the signage. It's kind of like Al Capone, how you get it on the sideways.
Well,
That's kind of like the
that's
same way.
exactly what the question was.
Exactly.
So I think we need to address some of that. I had seen somewhere, and I know it couldn't have been West Windsor Peeps, because I don't frequent that site anymore, but somewhere on the internet, a discussion about a drone force. And there had been some discussion about the police department working in partnership with residents. Is that still something that the police department is thinking about
Oh,
doing?
yeah, that was my dream to begin with, was Operation Skynet, where we work with residents who have drones. They register with us. Then monthly, when we train out at, say, Mercer County Park somewhere where we're searching for individuals, we have residents join us. And then they put up their drones. Now, we are authorized 107 pilots, so we can, under our umbrella, have them fly under us, and we are, again, they are covered under our command and control, and find these objects when we train, find the
Now, is there a
areas where-
cost associated with that? Is there liability concerns?
Like I just said, with the liability, we're covered under our 107 and what we do. So as a 107 FAA pilot, you can fly with me, and you're under my 107 umbrella.
And the buck stops with you then?
Or whoever's the pilot, right.
And is there a cost to, say, the individual, the resident's drone is damaged while in the use of a police service and while flying under your license?
No, and that's something we can iron out with them when we put it out there, that basically they're flying under their own risk when they bring their own drone up. But
Is
it
that
takes-
happening yet?
No, it's still being developed. Like
So
I said,
presumably
this program is still being developed, and we will have all the details once it starts moving.
So presumably you'll have contracts and liability waivers in place?
Well, I'm hearing this, and there'll be further discussion between police and administration, in particular with the Mid-Jersey Joint Insurance Fund, which is responsible
Right.
for the insurance premiums and ensuring that we are protected from any claims that could arise from inappropriate use or
This is where
accident.
my concern is coming in, is
And the mid-JIF, and I have shared this with the chief, he's well aware, the JIF has certain restrictions in terms of the types of drones that they're permitted to use. They are in compliance with that. If there's a deviation from that, then we jeopardize coverage.
right.
We haven't moved an inch without meeting with the insurance people
Yeah.
and the administration. So everything
So-
we move forward with, we will have plenty of.
Okay, so my next question, maybe Marlena is better to ask
Actually,
it.
are you moving away from drones?
No,
'Cause
I'm not.
Okay, when you finish
Yeah, yeah.
with drones,
Could we
let me
have a
know.
drone night, maybe at a public hearing? I mean, it's a great topic on the drones, but maybe we could have like a presentation at some point, if you want to key in on drones or where we're going.
I think
with it.
that presentation
something.
needs to be, I think more of the details need to be flushed out,
Before it
especially
happens.
the insurance, because I would also think that the insurance company would probably recommend that we get waivers from private individuals, although I will tell you, waivers that are used in other instances, they're
nothing.
worth the piece of paper they're written on.
Yeah. So here's, Marlena, maybe this question is better to you and Joanne. Now that we've implemented these 5 drones in West Windsor that are under the auspices of the police department, has that created an increase in premiums with JIF? Does it cause any other issues, any other costs other than the actual operational costs of the drone program?
At this point, no, because everything's experience-based. So the drones are new,
So
we
no
don't.
claims, no increase in premium?
Exactly.
Good.
And I have full confidence that the training, and that's what it gets down to, especially with police work. It's ensuring that there's proper supervision and that adequate training was provided to the officers, and that is happening.
So as part of the funds that West Windsor, and this is again, I think Marlena, a question for you, as part of the funds that West Windsor Cares raised, did all of the funds get used for the purchase of the actual drone equipment?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay.
Um,
Were there any township funds implicated in the purchase of the drone equipment?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. And again, not a drone owner, so I have no idea.
Neither am I.
Are there maintenance plans? Are there software plans? What are the additional, so you bought the thing, right? And with everything these days comes a maintenance plan. Like, you can't buy a scooter without a maintenance plan, right? So what are the additional costs affiliated with these 5 drones?
Yeah, and I don't have the exact answer for all that, because that is not right now under the budget scope of right here. You know, I can get Lieutenant Moore.
Well, who's paying for that?
I can get Lieutenant Moore, who is responsible for the program, to really look at anything along those lines, but I can tell you with what the information I have is that if we have any additional costs, we're going to factor that into the budget as far as.
Which
technology.
budget?
I mean, who's paying for this stuff? You bought the drones.
Right,
Who's paying for the rest of it?
right. We will have, either through the capital allotment or the operating technology, depending on what it is we need.
Maintenance cannot be covered
No,
from,
not maintenance, but like if,
No, I saw an entry in the capital allotment for bits and pieces that fall off the drone. You can buy another propeller or whatever.
exactly.
I'm not talking about hardware.
Right.
I want to know about software.
No, software is just updated. There's no software for it.
are there licensing fees?
No,
There's no maintenance contract.
no.
What happens if it breaks?
We repair the part.
There's a cost to the repair.
Yes, we can get the part to be replaced. So if we
Under
So,
warranty, or,
it can be if it fits under the warranty, or if a rotor breaks off, something happens along those lines, we end up replacing through whatever additional parts we end up getting for it.
so if a part breaks and it has to come out of the operating budget, what's not getting fixed?
What's not getting fixed?
I'm sorry,
gonna
I
have
feel like
vehicle
I'm
issues?
an elected official now.
Yeah.
No, I mean, the thing is that that's the question, right? Is you have a fleet,
Right.
right? You got to address those. You've got body armor equipment, you've got uniforms, you've got a huge operating budget that is all justified.
Right.
Okay? I'm not saying that it's not justified. But you're adding another program. You've brought this program online, and I'm a little concerned about, do I even have all of the information to say that we're going to be able to operate this program effectively without impacting taxpayer dollars?
Right, and like I said, when we need parts, we need things that they can fall under the capital acquisition for parts. If there's no money to fix a certain drone or something along those lines, just like sometimes we run short on certain aspects and areas of the budget to fix a car, fix something like that, well, then we have to discuss and decide if that's going to wait till next year to be fixed. And that's why there's multiples of these drones, so we can keep them in the air and do search and rescue programs.
So
But we are
I
trying
think
to-
what would be helpful to me, right, is if Lieutenant Moore is able to provide, I don't know if anybody else wants it, but I would like just some more information on what are the ancillary costs associated with the drone program. So specifically, I would like him to address, I know that we had approved this software program that's going to go on the drones. That was a free program, right? And I forget what it was called, but
Right,
a few meetings.
This is for the motor vehicle.
It was a
The motor
pilot,
vehicle.
my understanding, it was a pilot, it was a
Right.
trial.
Right,
this
it's
is
a
test
trial, and we
program.
got it for free, and it's nice because you're sharing sort of the experiences of that.
Correct.
Is there at some point going to be a cost associated with that? Are there costs associated with maintenance and servicing of the drones that cannot be done in-house? So when the part falls off and we buy another I don't know, do they have wings or propeller, right?
Propellers.
We buy another propeller. You get the propeller in the box, who's putting it on?
We put them on.
But are you qualified to do that?
Yeah, it's just you take them on and off on a regular basis.
Okay.
So, yeah.
But I think that we should have more of that information,
And
certainly
we have
before.
made that available to, if you want to come in and talk about it or see it.
No, I want a
provide
memo
it.
on it,
Sure.
okay?
Yeah, tons
Because
of
I think
paperwork.
that's part of our responsibilities up here at council, is to sort of say, okay, well, what are the extra costs?
I agree.
I have two other questions, if you'll indulge me.
I have a question, too.
Are there cameras on those devices, and do they need to be maintained?
There are cameras, and no, they are self-sufficient cameras.
And are they creating digital files?
Yes.
And when are the digital file, how are they stored, where are they stored, who has access? We
If
need
they're
more
used-
info.
We don't have, if we don't have a need to create that digital file or create that, we don't store that. It just.
Are they
removed
backed
or
up
destroyed.
somewhere?
No, they're not backed up because they're not needed for anything. There's no official type backup. Now, when this is used for a motor vehicle accidents where we're creating a 3D image, that software is saving itself. So at some point, the entire county, the entire state will be going to some form of 3D imaging of motor vehicle accidents. The whole point is to get the scenes closed as quick as possible. So in
Right.
serious motor vehicle accidents. So that software is proprietary. Right now, we have no need for a software version of that, but if we do, we have things in place with our camera systems already, with the mobile cameras and with the cameras in the cars, where that can be uploaded to a storage facility, uploaded to a secure site, all of
So the
that.
camera on the drone, is it just always on?
No.
Okay, so
You
you
have
would
to take
actively
a
turn
picture
it
or
on?
take a video, correct.
Okay. You had another question, Marlena?
I forgot it, but it
Sorry.
will come back. No,
While
that's okay.
while you are remembering it, you mentioned that you have civilian partners who will fly under your auspices. Are they bound by the same respecting privacy rules? Can they fly over somebody's backyard without getting a warrant?
No. When
What
they fly-
happens if they do use the drone? They're not sworn officers like
Right.
you.
And again, this is something that is kind of like a dream project, to get this going, to do more search and rescue, community outreach, work with the community, do all those things. None of those details have been truly ironed out. Like I said, we need to sit down with administration, with the JIF, all those players involved, and say, okay, once we're under our 107 umbrella, we're covered FAA, what do we need for Township? What do we need for this? And if these things don't work out, then they don't happen. But they are still in the planning phase. Like I said, this is under goals and objectives and things we're proud of and things we're moving forward with. So we're kind of running ahead of the cart here and the horse and everybody in between. But they're all great questions that we will have more answers to as the program develops. Like I said, it's not even officially launched off the ground, any of those things. We're in the testing, we're in the trial. Other agencies knows we're doing it, so we're trying things out with them and seeing where we can do these things. So it's all in that planning phase.
Yeah, I just hope that, I'm very concerned about people's privacy with
As we are.
heat seeking, which means somebody goes for a walk in the park and you know there's somebody down there. And if it's open to the sky, you can even figure out who. This is none of anybody's business.
Allison's exactly right. I mean, the fact that this program is even launched without, I think, controls in place are very concerning. I'm assuming the administration will take care of controls
Yeah.
before any civilian interaction happens with this
Here's the story
program.
with that. It is not launched. We are in the testing phases of it. And also, we are falling under, again, like I told you before, the sky belongs to the FAA. And the FAA has also authorized several thousand law enforcement agencies across the country to do this. I have a whole packet on drone stuff that's available. I
Yeah, but
can
here's the
give it
deal.
to you. But we are also.
Legislation is permissible at the state and local level as long as it does not contradict the FAA legislation. Our job up here is to have the backs of our residents.
Right.
The residents I don't care about the rest of them. I'm certainly concerned about privacy issues. Allison's certainly concerned about privacy issues. So that's something that needs to be
Oh, and I think we
considered.
should
And
be involved in it every step of the way, but I'm telling you that the FAA is also extremely concerned about privacy issues, as well as the state and local law that's in place. Like I told you, that you can't just fly into somebody's backyard and do whatever you feel like.
They
You
used to
have-
do that to
There
me. I
are
had that
search warrants for such a
years
thing,
ago.
if there's even a reason to be doing it.
so when do
So-
you project, now you're in a testing phase. How long is this testing phase going to last?
I couldn't tell you.
What is going to signal the end of the testing phase and the beginning of the we're actually using it
Just when we have
phase?
all our questions answered. Make sure we're covering ourselves before any problems arise.
Well, it certainly sounds to me as if at the point where you feel you have your questions answered and you're ready to move forward, there should be a presentation before council and administration, and a full discussion up here at least should take place about the liability issues, about the privacy issues, about the other issues that come up. So I think, unless somebody has something more specific, Marlena?
My second question is, what is the useful life of a drone?
I would think 6 to 10 years, maybe. I don't see why a drone wouldn't be able to work in that time frame. You know, you're really
I'm just
talking about-
asking because it's capital versus
You
operating.
know, I think you really, the only thing you're looking at is minor replacements like we would do for a truck or SUV, that type of thing. You know, road
But how quickly is the technology changing?
by the minute.
Well, I think that's another question that would have to be answered in this presentation, because whether this is a capital or an operating issue is very important.
Well, we know the training is
Yes.
and operating.
So are there any other questions, first about drones? No, about,
Yeah, maybe I just add my own comments. I think as a technologist, it's great to endorse and embrace the latest and greatest. At the same time, the uncertainty comes along the way because it's new and everything. So I hope we understand where we're coming from. It's not to shut down the program or anything, but just think further, think longer term, and think bigger picture and everything else, liability, whether it's additional cost and everything else. So I just want to express my own opinion to say that, again, it's a benefit. I'm sure we can see the benefit. At the same time, not only the cost, but the liability and other things need to be fully considered,
Sure.
just overall.
Great.
Feedback.
Thank you. And it's something we have considered.
Yeah.
We are still working with. Again, we were just announcing this is one of the programs we are very proud of, to be working with the town to save lives and assist others with. You know, and sometimes I think we get wrapped up where questions are asked that aren't really, that fall below the scope of technology, and they should be answered, and they should be answered where there's the time and energy to do so. You know, I know sometimes I've been asked questions about, the police are just out searching for marijuana grow fields, the old thinking of things, things like that, where we worry about a liability that doesn't really even exist, or people are worried about, they don't understand the technology and ask whether, we're going to be looking in people's houses through the roof, through the heat-seeking capability. Is it going to be able to see through a house? That type of thing, where it's not even possible. Also be able to identify an individual from 200 feet up through a heat signature is just something that isn't really possible, So, yes, we do need to address these issues, but we also need to address them, where we can take the time to talk about the technology in an intellectual type forum to do so, so people better understand the real capabilities and understandings of it.
Right.
And it's not rumor and innuendo, which can happen sometimes.
Well, I think the onus is on the police department to make sure that the residents have the understanding of the actual technical capabilities
That
and the
is-
controls are in place, so,
Never been otherwise for anything we
right.
do.
I agree. And so at some
100%.
point, we're going to have a presentation, as Allison requested, I had other questions, but Marlena, you had a question.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm moving on from the drone, though.
That's fine.
Okay.
I have a probably similar related question about what you're thinking about.
Okay, so you had mentioned an increase in the K-9 program. So at last, my last guess was, I think we had 2 dogs. Do we have more now?
Well, we
Because
have-
one retired, and then we had one come online.
Right, so one's retiring, one's coming online. We also are training and working with a drug dog,
Okay,
a dog that is trained for heroin, and
and he'll be housed in West Windsor?
yes,
And
the same through the owner, through the officer.
Through the
Same as
office?
we have with our bomb detection.
And is it the same officer that's going
No,
to take
no.
both dogs?
No, no.
Okay.
Oh, God, no. Can you imagine?
I don't even have one dog, so I can't imagine. What is the cost associated with the K-9 program? So to bring another dog online,
We have, the operating costs would fall under the care for the dog, the medical for the dog. So that's some of the increases I put into the program.
and do
Into
we
the
actually
operating?
purchase the dog?
No,
or-
the dog was a gift,
Oh,
but did not cost us,
okay.
yes.
And then I had just another question. It's account number, account code 420, and it's on the same page 39, relating to technical and specialized equipment, and it's $2,000. So what do you usually buy with this $2,000?
Let me just get to it. What'd you say, 220? 420.
420, down at the bottom of page 39 in the departmental requests tab.
Technical needs. This could be technical equipment as far as stuff to do with specific things like we have with the breathalyzer unit, where there could be individual needs for that. Other things like a portable breath tester. DB has some specialized equipment. There's like, I don't want to say smoking units, but they're like fuming units that would be used to fume for evidence
Okay.
at a crime scene, things like that, along those
You know,
lines.
that rings a bell here. If recreational marijuana is ever approved, you know, the newspaper is like, yeah, it's going to happen, then it's
Right, right, right.
slow, you know, it's up and down. Is there equipment that we would need to purchase, or do you have any idea from the state how that is going to work?
Yeah, it's going to be it's going to be quite a nightmare. We have to train
Yeah, right.
individuals. We're being told by the state to train individuals on every squad for drug recognition expert training, which is complicated, it costs money, and it is time-consuming.
Sounds like state mandate, state pay.
Yeah, well, I know that's a very big issue, because when I was down at the League of Municipalities, there must have been like 600 people in the room, because the marijuana, that whole issue was very, very big, and there were concerns about how much money the state would give, because the state would be collecting money.
Revenue, right.
And
So
that's
I don't know how
why,
this is all
I
going to
wouldn't
work
count
for
on a lot of
budgets
that.
this year, but
and that's why a lot of the discussion at the state is how do we tax it and how much? Because of the costs that legalization would bring on us.
Oh, yeah.
right.
Oh,
Well,
Do
it's how
we-
much the state's going to give us back.
Okay, well, I think.
That's a whole nother
Do we
discussion.
currently have someone who is that the DRE? Do we? We do.
We have several DRE experts.
Okay.
I think this is something that we will have to discuss when and if the legalization happens, or even if there is an agreement on a bill that is on the governor's desk. But until that happens, I don't think we should schedule anything.
Yeah. When there, in my opinion, because I was down there for the conversation, they're saying when there's a proposed bill, because there's a lot of bills, there's a lot of changes, when we finally get that, then we should look at that and discuss that, because they were telling us back in November to have that community discussion then. That was last November. So you kind of, if there's a new bill that finally comes out that looks like this is it, the bill, then we should be discussing that and
I am
and
sure
getting our
that we
comments
will.
to our legislators, because this is big. I don't wait till they pass it and then figure it out. We got to tell them
Well,
before.
I don't think that that's a discussion for now.
No,
But
I'm not going to take us
I
another
know
half an hour
that
on
you
that.
have some issues you want to discuss.
No,
and
no, my
Aisha, are
issues
you-
we're just training, so
done?
just just to recap quickly, all the training for the resource officers that are being used in the schools is paid for by the schools?
Correct.
Correct, so, okay. And the training budget, you have the money there. If in the budget, because budgets are fungible, you budgeted 9,000. Some years it's been 6,300, sometimes you need 14,000. You get a budget number at the end of the year for the whole department's operating budget. So you can take, if you need a little bit more, for whatever reason, within that operating budget. That's correct. Right, I'm not saying that wrong. Okay. And overall, your budget was very close. I don't know, I'm just looking at the numbers, maybe you had another 10, 11,000 that you didn't spend. So I don't want anyone saying there's not enough money for training. Every department here could say that they want more money for training and all, but you're saying that is it suffice within your operating budget, not just the line item, but if you needed more for whatever reason, you can take from another line item.
Which is not our
Right,
time
and you
not doing
came in
that,
under
so.
budget, actually, and there's no increase in your operating budget, so I'm sort of satisfied that the answer is,
Yeah, I'm kind of
yes,
surprised by that.
we're okay.
Okay.
All right. We didn't get to the capital yet, but
Okay. Anybody have, Marlena?
I have another operating budget question. Are there any other new initiatives that the police department intends on launching during 2019?
No. Off the top of my head, no. I don't think so. Did I miss something?
Well,
as long as any initiatives or different things that you're doing from year to year can be covered within your operating budget,
Well, I think it's important that there be disclosure during the budget process, because some of this we find out, we being administration and finance, and then, of course, there's the operational implementation and then the financial implementation.
And
So that's why I raised the question.
I will second that, because that's what my concern has been with this sort of private fundraising effort, is at the end of the day, the taxpayer is still picking up some of the tab on this. And I don't think it was fair. So, yeah, you got your 5 drones, right? But there's still implications on the taxpayers. There's still implications from, there will be, and I'm not saying you'll be doing anything wrong, but there's always insurance implications.
Sure.
There's always replacement part implications. There's always software implications. There's privacy implications. This is much bigger than just, let's go have a party and raise some money. And that's not your fault, right?
If someone's offering money.
Why would you say no?
For a program that we're already working on,
Exactly.
clearly,
No,
Correct.
and my hope, my sincere hope is that it's all okay, right? But being a lawyer and maybe being a business administrator, a couple of us up here think that there is the potential for cost to the taxpayer.
Yeah, there's always potential for cost.
Yeah.
but the cost is being held within your budget. You're not going over budget because of training for drones. There is educational money,
Correct,
right? And then there's
Correct.
training money within police operating budget.
correct.
But the liability is always a question. I mean,
No office, department, division will ever go over their budget because there's an encumbrance system in place to protect against
Right.
that.
It's just priorities can change from year to year. You want to spend a little bit more on this program, then maybe you take a little bit from over here. But that's how you manage.
Yeah, And
We
what
do
the,
every
We're
year.
just concerned, we just don't want a new program that's going to raise the
course.
budget by a lot. You're working within your budget.
and just to clarify, the council is approving a salary and wage budget and another expense budget. We're providing you the detail for these type of conversations, but overall, the police department has the bottom line, and throughout the year, they can do sub-account transfers to meet the needs as the needs arise.
Right, so that's why I didn't want to tone in on, it's only 9,000, because some years you needed less, some years you needed more, but you're within your department's budget, and that's the way it works with any department.
Anybody have any more on the operating budget? I have some questions when we get to the capital budget.
Right. I have to that point, Joanne, to your point, I'm also new to the council. So when I look at the request versus, last year versus this year, is there like the actual spending for each items based on, let's say in 2018, you have a budget for 2,000, and what's the actual spending? Maybe I'm missing something.
Page 6.
Okay.
There's another set of documents.
Gotcha. Thank you.
That
Yeah.
comes out of the finance office that
Gotcha.
provides you with
Accumulated it.
historical data and the actual expenditures.
Gotcha. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, hearing nobody, I'm going to ask my questions about the capital budget, and I'm on page 72. Does anybody have something before 72? They can go page by page.
Actually starts on 68 if you want.
Yeah, it does start on 68, but I don't have any questions until 72.
I don't have the books.
Well, I had a question about the
Go.
capital on the radio.
Okay.
I
Well,
was trying to figure that out. I was using
Well-
the spreadsheet, so, but,
well, let me ask my questions, and then
Yeah.
we'll go back to
Sure, because I can draw from wherever you go. That's fine.
Okay, so on 72, we're on the upgrades and additions to electronic door access devices to include biometric enhanced security, what?
Sounds cool, doesn't it?
No,
No.
it sounds really scary.
No, it's not. It's really easy. What we look at is we have certain areas of the police department that are controlled areas like firearms areas, evidence areas. And traditionally, what has been done for years is just use a key to get into those areas. The problem is, the key can be handed to you, and you can open those areas, and you may not have access to those areas. So the biometric really just allows for a fingerprint recognition to that area to make sure the person who has access is the person who's opening that door. That's it. Sounds a lot
Okay.
cooler than it is, but.
Okay, so it means that those who are allowed to have access will have, can touch their fingerprint, and since there are several people, should one person leave or retire, you will find someone else, so you'll never be stuck with nobody who can get in.
Yeah, correct. There was always multiple people, backup people, that kind of thing, so it's not just one person who has access, so.
And I'm not,
God forbid something happens, other people can gain access.
And
But
you-
it just ensures the individual you've given access to, which is all in our protocols and policies, is the person that is opening.
look, keys can be lost, but it's much harder to lose a finger. Possible, but the next one I have a question on is page 76. Anyone?
Can I ask someone 73?
Of course.
Okay, so 73 is the evidence storage system.
Yes.
Did we approve that last year? Or is this a separate cost?
No, it wasn't approved.
we had
I thought we
23,000, right, evidence?
approved the purchase of the evidence in last year's budget.
There was 23 in last year's, and then another 23 being asked for this year.
Okay, so
Was-
how much does this thing actually cost?
Was
far as I know, we
anything
did not have
asked for this
approval on it.
year last year?
You asked for the evidence storage
We did
locker.
not
I
get it.
remember yeah,
It
we
was not
did.
supposed to be more. When you look at the 2018, I pulled it from last year, the sheet, it says 23,000 for the evidence storage system, and then there's nothing for 2019, 2020, 21
Right,
on,
so-
zero.
so we
should have been
approved it
done. We thought
last
we were
year.
done with that.
So why are we paying for it again?
We're not. I did not know we had it approved. As far as I know, it was zeroed out, was not approved. So I did not spend any of that money.
No,
One
we absolutely approved it. And Joanne, maybe you can clarify this, because I remember a whole discussion about preserving chain of custody, about the integrity of the evidence, about the refrigeration of this device.
Refrigerators.
You remember, we approved it.
We'll find out.
Yes.
We'll get back to you very
Okay.
We
shortly.
need one approval, that's it.
Okay, so if it was approved last year, we
will
don't
not
need
be
to approve it for 2019?
Correct.
Okay.
You can put it for sidewalks.
Well,
This
I mean,
building is
that's
gonna
the
need a
thing,
lot of
is
money.
Train people.
we just need to make sure,
Capital.
we need to make sure they get their evidence locker,
Yes.
one way or the other, and that we're not double approving the same 23.
You know what, when you look at the spreadsheets, that you give us, it's easier sometimes to see rather than page by page.
Yeah, there's a
It
big
says
picture
22,000 we spent.
that shows the,
Yeah, no, I specifically recall that we approved this because I thought that it was a necessary expense. Yeah,
It's on our spreadsheet.
there's a capital budget
Well,
spreadsheet in your book.
These spreadsheets, it's under public safety, they're not numbered. Oh, page four of this, the spreadsheets. So
I think it gives you an overview of all the projects,
yes, it's under
both
public
what
safety.
was approved in 18
Yes, it's.
and
it
the
says-
requests for 19.
Well, it says amounts 2018, so that means it was approved in 2018. That's how I read the sheet.
Six-year capital budget, your tab has the big picture. It looks like this.
That's the big, thick
Yeah, I
thing.
have it as that we approved it last year.
And there's a nice, just so you know, with the tab for the capital, six-year capital budget, there's an inventory by department.
so I'm gonna request that page 73 be removed pending confirmation that the funds are available, because we've already approved it.
That's great, thank you.
I'm not buying you two of these.
Hey,
You got 5 drones, like, you're out of luck now.
one more drone.
I have always advocated for more officers.
All right,
Okay, that's,
Drones will take their place.
depends on the JIF.
all right, what about, my question was on the capital, on the radio system, because I guess
What page?
2000, I'm looking at the spreadsheets from last year, 250,000, 2017 we spent, and in last year, we had 390,000. And then there's nothing else for 2019, 2020, 2021, so I thought we were done with that. But this year, we've got another 275, and so I don't know why, that we,
And it's a good question. It's all part of the same project that we have going on, and we found that the ways we were trying to do it without as much cost could not work and was actually costing us more operationally than it would by doing it this way. So we're now tapping into the state system for our radios, where we're using the P25 digital state system, where they will be responsible for maintenance and of all their towers, of all their other stuff, and we are part of that system, which then makes us part of an interoperability of county and state. So that's why we need additional funds.
I know
to
it's
complete the project.
expensive. I just thought that we had enough money over the past,
Garth, I
couple
think
of
the
years.
confusion is radios versus what has to be done in the dispatch center.
Okay,
That's
thank
the
you. So we
confusion.
have, it's not just portable radios, it's the fact that our infrastructure internally with the radio system is something that needs to be expanded, needs to be replaced, swapped out. All of it's being changed out, and this is kind of what we were talking about as phase 2 of it. So phase 2 of it is completing the project with all the new equipment that needs to go in there because it's a
Right.
P25 system.
but how much was this supposed to cost, the whole thing?
I
Because
originally
we were,
thought,
when I look at last year's, spreadsheets on the radio system, there's nothing else beyond 2019 and beyond, there's zero, so,
Right.
because we spent 250, 2017, 390 last year, so I thought that we were done.
I
I
thought
mean,
so too.
so you got another 275 in here
Right.
this year, that seems kind of high. I mean, what is the total cost, though? I
Total
mean,
cost-
where are we going? How many more years, or how much?
Well, this
But we are
hopefully
done.
should wrap it up, and we have everything done. The project is spec'd out, it has been through administration, it's been through everywhere, and it is the final leg of it to replace the comm center and what needs to be done there. So this project doesn't go on for year after year after
How
year.
old is the system, the dispatch, the area where the dispatchers work? How
About
old?
15 years old.
Right, but what was well, I don't know if they want to say publicly, but how much did we really feel that we needed beyond last year's amount? You know what I mean?
Well, obviously, they think they needed 275,000 beyond last year's amount.
Correct.
That's a little surprise, a little bump there. I mean, can you show us maybe
Yeah. And
a little bit
originally,
of a
we
memo on
tried
that? Because
to
that's a lot, 275
consolidate
more
the
is a
amount
lot
of time
more.
we were going to do it through 2 years. But
Right,
by spreading it out, it kind of does, by doing this as a phase 2 as opposed to doing it this year, it kind of spread out that cost a little bit more, so we could still get it done in a timely fashion, but not spend it all at once, where we're compromising truly officer safety and all those issues. You know, I know we talk about it being an officer safety issue, but this is the backbone of the entire radio system that is 15 years old.
yeah, I'm not saying it's not worth doing, I'm just saying it just came as a $275,000 surprise, because I thought we were done last year with this, and we were spending a lot.
No, we really kind of had that isolated for that. But
I believe the
spread that.
backup item that was on the agenda, the memo from the chief, talked exactly about this being a two-phased project.
Well, I just didn't show it on last year's spreadsheet showing up if it was for this year and beyond. It just says zeros straight across, so, you know, sometimes you put in 100, 100, 100, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
I just would have expected maybe something in there, but I
I'm not sure
kind
why
of
that wasn't that way.
caught my attention
I
there,
remember
so.
putting the memos out, putting the stuff out, doing
Right.
two-phase projects, so I'm not sure
Well,
why.
look,
it
I
wasn't
don't want
like
to
that.
hold this up over this. We can
All right,
talk more at some point, whatever.
okay. Well, let's wait till we get there, because I have a question on 76, where we get a lot of requests for new vehicles, and you're looking at, if SUV lifetimes are 5 to 7 years, then an aging fleet is 4 to 6 years old. Is that the way you look at it?
Sorry, I don't understand the question. Go again? I missed it.
Period of usefulness, 5 to 7 years.
Yes.
So that's the lifetime of an SUV? That's much
We don't,
younger.
when we take it out of primary service, we bring them into extra duty service, so that the primary SUV fleet could last 4 to 6 years, or whatever the minimum fleet requirements are. We push it further and keep them even longer as an extra duty type vehicle, where that vehicle is assigned to just road work somewhere, where it sits behind like Verizon or PSE&G with the lights on, you know, that type of thing. So that's why it extends further.
It just seems that these are some of the shortest-lived vehicles the town owns. So how
They're
big,
24/7 vehicles, that's why.
so how big is our SUV fleet, and do you have age of all of them, or can you send a memo to that
I
effect?
can send it. I have it all documented, what vehicles are where and how old each one is.
I would like to know that, so can you send council a memo?
Sure.
I have a follow-up question on this
Of course,
page.
sure.
So as you are now acquiring new vehicles as part of the fleet, I think we might have had this conversation last year,
And the-
but I want to raise the conversation again about, are you looking at energy-efficient vehicles in terms of the battery or whatever they're called, like, not the electric cars?
Natural gas?
Yeah, so I mean, are there other alternatives you're looking at, or are you just going to buy the traditional
Well,
SUV?
We try and go with what's going to work best for our landscape, our town, and what works best with it as far as SUVs tend to work better when we have flooding conditions, we have severe flooding.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with the SUV part of it. I'm wondering about the electric vehicle part of it.
Yeah, I mean, that is something I always have Lieutenant Moore does our vehicles. He's constantly researching what's best for us. Right now, what works best for us is not so much an electric vehicle as what, Ford has put out under state contract, which is the whatever the lowest bid is for the traditional police vehicle.
I would just like to make that request, because as we have, Princeton, with their 10-year plan, had lots of great ideas about installing recharging stations all over the place. We should also be thinking about how to upgrade our fleet to be more energy efficient and green
that's something
compliant.
we tend to discuss every day, but you understand too that, the police vehicle is a little different than the inspector or somebody else going out to check on a house. That vehicle unfortunately has higher battery requirements because we have so much
Yeah,
technology on board.
agreed.
There's radar and there's the computers,
Yeah.
there's ticket writers, there's all this stuff in there. These things are, if not having 1-2 generators
Right.
in them to generate, so.
I'm sorry, isn't this something that really should be discussed with isn't this the mayor's purview rather than council's purview? I mean, we're here to talk about the budget, not really to talk about, whether or not we're going green with our vehicles. I think that's a mayor's purview type of issue.
I think it's a legitimate thing to bring up.
I mean, if I'm going to pay for the cars, I think I should have some input into how we move the police department along with all of the objectives of the planning board and the township and its green initiatives anyway, so.
I know many of the vehicles that come from Ford have like the eco-friendly mark on them.
Right.
So I think they're capable of those things. So if it's something that we're capable of doing, it doesn't compromise safety.
Right.
Doesn't compromise response time, then, yeah, we're on board.
Well, I think that's the answer. As long as it doesn't compromise safety or response time and it'll do what you want to do, you will look to see if it's doable.
You will have to get charging stations too.
That's a whole other,
Well, I know, but
yeah, but that's.
Ladies, I think we need to stay on point, or we're going to
That's
run
the
out of time
point
to do
that
the
we're
budget,
not-
which is our responsibility here today.
I think it is, but I think that charging stations is a little bit beyond the purview of this discussion.
Just to
So
clarify,
it-
though, only the SUV type of vehicle qualifies to be capitalized, so it only requires the 5% down payment and is in our capital budget. Any of the sedan or other type of vehicles would have to be in the operating budget at 100%. So that's another matter to consider, that it
Thank you.
front-loads the operating budget.
Thank you. That is something that we should keep in mind. So on the next page, I just want to know, how many vehicles in the K-9 fleet, and how old are they each? I just want a list. Just send it along.
Send it to you?
That'll be part,
Send it to all of us.
that'll be part of the overall memo on the age of the vehicle fleet, right?
That would be wonderful, yes. Okay. So anybody, so on 79, sorry, it says in the detailed justification, annual replacement schedule for replacement of radios, these come in at a much higher cost. Higher than what? Higher than they used to be?
Yes. I'm sorry, I had to catch up to you. My brain
Yeah.
still memo. P25 radios are unfortunately much more expensive radios than what we were dealing with in the past.
So, because it says replacement of P25 radios, so these are, you're saying these radios are getting more expensive every year?
No, it's changing over to the P25, which is the digital system, has ludicrously made it much more expensive.
Then, you don't mean replacement of P25, mean replacement with P25?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, actually, no, they will be, because this is not happening this year, it's when the P25s are in place. I do mean it's replacing the P25s with new P25s. So if one breaks, one is destroyed, one thrown out a window, something along those lines, something happens to them.
You have them now.
This is part of that whole radio project.
So
Correct.
you have everything you want, but you will have to replace them starting next year.
We have to put a plan together to have those replacements as maintenance-type issues.
Okay, and the much higher costs means higher than replacing the radios we had before we had the P25s,
Correct, at a much higher cost.
okay? It just is not clear.
Sorry.
So higher than the radios we had before. So next, you've got on the next page, the average costs per year to replace vehicle equipment. I just want a historical list of how much you've spent on this line item over the last few years.
Okay.
I'm not questioning it, but I want to
That's fine.
trace the. And on page 81, the replacement of the MDT fleet, moderate detonating transformers is probably not what it stands for. Please tell me what it stands for.
Mobile data terminals.
Oh, I made it up.
Oh, yeah, because I was wondering what that was, too. That was pretty
It sounds
impressive.
nice.
Well, that means as much to you as
Dr. Zhang looked at
MDT
you
means to me.
Yeah, mobile data terminal.
Mobile data terminal.
Spell it out next year.
It's been that way for 25 years.
I don't want to buy
In fact,
anything that
I think when Allison was on
detonates.
council with me the first time, they were MDTs, back then.
Well, I may have forgotten what it stood for.
Okay, that's
in
fine.
Okay, Aisha, page 82,
Page 83.
page 83.
Okay.
82 is the body camera, so body camera, so that has to all be done at once, that you can't phase it in? 200?
No, if we bring body cameras online, everyone has to have them. You
Okay.
can't have
All right.
partials.
That was my question.
So were they already online, though?
They were.
So what is this? You're buying new ones?
The manufacturer basically said take them offline because they all catch fire and blow up.
All right, so did we pay for them
No, we returned whatever we had to for the ones that we had,
for a full refund?
yes.
So this 280 is not new, it's not a second 280?
No.
You
not
got the
second.
first 280 back?
No, we didn't spend 280 on the original. We are.
I guess the question is, what was in the bond ordinance for the procurement of those cameras
Yeah,
in
what happened
previous
is-
years?
We put the cameras online. They did not work out. This is from our original manufacturer. So now, in order to walk away from that manufacturer, we have to replace the car cameras now in the cars and the body camera. So it's like a whole body camera thing where they talk to each other.
Why,
So
what's wrong with the car cameras?
their original technology that was with the original manufacturer that we had.
How old are those car
They have
cameras?
to be 20-plus years,
Okay.
maybe longer.
So they're ready to go.
Well, they were ready to go a long time ago, but we're not going to replace them if we can have the functionality to make them work. You know, they worked, and we kind of piecemealed them together.
So I remember over the past 3 years that I've been on council, that we had approved and the body cameras had come online, right? So they're a fairly new thing.
Right.
How much did they cost when you purchased the body cameras?
I don't remember the original cost. I don't know if that's any,
But
I
if
can
we
find out
purchase
for you.
them-
My question is, initially, body cameras were provided through the county, were they not?
Oh, correct. They,
What was their cost?
is it 15,000?
Rather than figure this out here, I would recommend to council that you request a memo.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly.
Okay,
We
we'll
request a
request it.
memo.
Consider it done. So, I mean, the thing that I want to know is, can you go back to the county and see if we have grants, something that's going to take the burden of this 250 off of the taxpayer?
Right, which we
because-
have, and unfortunately, we can't do anything more with it. That was an initial program for the initial body
So there's no
cameras.
more,
So there is no more for us, or else, believe me. I have,
because that's a huge, you guys are asking for a lot of money, right? You are always the largest budget. It's fine, right? Because it's law enforcement.
Right.
But I just want to confirm, and maybe our finance department will confirm that any money put out for the body cameras that blew up was refunded to the township.
Yeah, and there wasn't,
My understanding was when council approved that action, the word was already out on the street about those cameras, and I think they canceled the order.
Okay, so
So
No
the
money went
the
out.
question is, that money, since we didn't buy the cameras, how much of that money is available
Right.
under the two?
rather than reappropriate another 280, maybe you only need to reappropriate 200.
That's why
or
the police
100.
department will prepare a memo.
got a memo.
Fantastic. And page 83, I had a question.
Please ask it.
Okay, $111,000 for these drones, okay? I guess, you know, it's 27,000 every other year, 10,000 every other year. This only covers the hardware?
It would cover anything that would last for the capital program. So it could be, depending on the life of the rotors, the life of hardware that goes with it, anything that is the FLIR camera, those type of things. So it could also recover replacement of those things. It's supposed to be all-inclusive, any hardware that we can take care of.
So what kind of warranties are on these drones? Like, don't warranties cover some of the hardware?
They do. And again, this is also to supplement as time goes on. You know, we're always looking for projections as to what something is going to cost us, and this we're putting down on paper. We're saying, hey, we'd like to replace in whatever year, we'd like to add this many more drones. We'd like to add this many more of whatever it is. At a
So
certain
you're
point.
asking for 27,000 in 2019,
Correct.
and then 2020, you're only asking for 10,000. So
Right.
what are you
Well, because-
projecting as the anticipated need?
I did. I looked at the fact that we have some of the bigger 210 drones, which are the bigger ones that hold the payload, that can give us insulin, take ropes out to someone, those type of things. Those are they're very big drones. They're very expensive drones. It's like a $20-something thousand drone. That's why it's extremely expensive. It has dual cameras on board. It is the bigger model that we feel we can use to certain degrees. That one, I don't anticipate buying one every year. You know, we buy one this way.
Wait, are you buying one in 2019?
Correct. That's what we're looking at putting into the budget.
Why
Actually,
are we buying more
purchasing
drones? You
actual
have
drones.
5 drones, you want 6?
We are looking to supplement as time goes on, so we can have 2 of the bigger drones, so we can have them up in the air for certain operations 24/7.
Do you even know if you need that?
Yeah, we are looking at the fact that there are operations that go on where if we need to be up in the air, if it's a fire, if it's something that's a major operation, we cannot tether that drone up in the air, so once one goes up and its batteries are used up, we bring it down, bring the second one up, let the batteries charge, and rotate them back and forth. Is the eventual goal for the drones.
Can the small drone do that job? I mean, why do we have all of these drones, right? You've got 5, now you're saying we need to buy another one in
I
2019?
am projecting, like council has said, to say, okay, 2019 through 2024, what do you need from us?
And so you want to buy another drone in 2021? There's another
Didn't-
27,000 and another drone in 2023.
Correct, that's the projections.
Look, we'll review it. When we get to budget wrap-ups, we could flag it for discussion.
Yes, you may want to
Let's do that.
create a budget wrap-up list as we
Yes.
go through this.
Oh,
Correct.
remember this one.
No. At the end of the day, make the list, we'll make it together.
Send a memo.
I
And
have
enough
just
budgets, that's.
one more question, and it's a question I'm going to be asking everybody. I'd like to know just how much was spent on general improvements for your building over the last couple of years. I'm not against it, buildings cost money to upkeep. I just want to know how much.
Okay,
So
great.
that would be a memo.
Oh, boy, okay. Thank you. Yeah, actually, we've been spending quite a bit.
Well,
Buildings
I've
needed
had
a
a
lot.
tour of your building.
And I
More
want-
than one.
And I want a paragraph, it doesn't have to be a long memo, on the radio system, just what we anticipate, what the dollar amount is. the total dollar amount for the radio system.
Correct.
Is this, yeah, it's this extra 275 bit. It's just
Which I think we've already
paragraph.
gotten through the
Yeah.
purchases, but that's fine. We can.
But you need to compile that information for Joanne and I so we can review it and submit it to council.
Does anybody else have any other question for these kind and patient gentlemen?
Any grant money for drones? Any grant money?
Not yet.
Not yet. Security, grant money,
We're looking.
anywhere there?
We look for grant money for anything.
Okay. That's good.
We appreciate that.
So do I.
And just to reiterate, you are not asking for another officer this year?
No.
We'll discuss all salary and wage when we go into closed session at 4 o'clock sharp today.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Under personnel.
That's it. We're good.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Did better than last year.
Thank you.
We're way off.
We expected to be.
Yeah, well.
So, Mr. Yates, thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much. Oh, good, good. I will, thank you. So, good afternoon. For those who don't know me, maybe the new councilman, Jim Yates, been with us Windsor for a few years. This is my 33rd budget.
Wow.
West Windsor. This is your first. So hopefully we learn a little bit from each other. West Windsor Fire Emergency Services is, first of all, I want to thank Mayor and Council and Administration for the support over the years of our functions. You will see, each of you, I put a memo in front of each of you, just kind of a short version of what we do. So our primary mission is and continues to be responding to emergencies in the community, fire, EMS, special operations, in a part of a single response system with the two volunteer fire companies. Two volunteer fire companies are integral part of the whole response system in the community. We support the volunteer fire companies from an operational standpoint in the field. It's their responsibilities to do fire suppression operations, and our personnel support them. It's our primary function to do emergency medical services and special operations. Those are our primary missions. But our true central focus is all of the things that we do to support the community and firefighter safety through fire code enforcement programs, fleet maintenance, maintaining the self-contained breathing apparatus the firefighters wear, providing training to the fire companies and firefighters. Some of them are listed here. That's kind of our central focus. The emergency response stuff doesn't happen very frequently, or not as frequently as all those service things do, fortunately. But that's our central focus, is all those support services that we provide to allow the volunteer fire company and the firefighters concentrate on emergency response. And we try and pick up all the service pieces for them. Our revenue in 2018 was $706,720. And that's from the Uniform Fire Code Program rebates, our local fire code programs, the emergency medical billing, and uniform construction code fees. So I didn't list all of our accomplishments for the year or our goals for 2019. I tried to keep this to one sheet. So our key accomplishments for 2018 was we updated the Uniform Fire Code ordinance in the township. We updated our emergency medical services fee schedule in the township. And many of you were at the fire prevention weekend events that was held with the two fire companies in in the park. And we're going to continue that. We've already gotten approved for grants for that fire prevention weekend events for 2019. No township funds were spent on that event either in 2018 or 2017, and I anticipate the same to happen in 2019. And our two principal goals in 2019 were to continue that fire prevention activity in October and continue and increase our outreach programs to the community in various ways. We are in the schools reading to the kids. We participated with the Trenton Central High School on their career day. They had it in Carnegie Center, 506 Carnegie Center, where they brought the Trenton Central High School kids there, and our presentation, our displays were the hit of the event. The state police was there, our police were there, the law enforcement communities from around the area were there, military was there, and some private industry was there, but the kids loved our presentations. Not only the equipment that they were shown, but how the volunteer and career firefighters work together, and how they could become easily a good career opportunity in the emergency response field. So it was very successful. That said, the operating budget for Fire and Emergency Services is three different budget line item areas, but each of them are flat in terms of budget requests from 2018 to 2019. We're not requesting any increase in any of the operating funds in 2019. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about those, but as I said, we haven't asked for any increase in 2019.
For operating expenses,
Operating,
right?
yes.
But I guess personnel, we'll talk about that later. Okay.
Well,
I have one very quick question.
yeah,
Yeah.
personnel, we have not asked for additional personnel either. So,
Oh, because,
I just have a question.
All right.
Account
Talk
code
later.
206 is, your department request was 0, which was the administration recommended.
I have
Top
three
of page-
accounts, so which page? I have three different accounts, so 206.
Top of page 34.
Okay.
It's CEU training and EMT recertification training for personnel. My question is that no longer needed, or do you have it somewhere else in the budget?
No, it is absolutely needed. We are bringing most of that training in-house, doing it
Okay.
with our own staff.
That answers my question.
Okay.
Anybody else have a question on the operating budget?
are we, have a program where volunteers to, I know a few years ago we talked about
Well,
that.
yes, we have. We created all of the opportunities for that, but we've had no interest in the community for people to volunteer. We don't take new individuals because we don't have the budget or the time to have to train those people. We would take people from the community who are already EMTs, but the problem, and one of the things that we talked about when we established the program, is the fire company members are the ones that we would be drawing from, the fire companies. So we would be pulling volunteer firefighters away from their organizations to do our volunteer. We have had a couple from the volunteer fire companies. Our doors are open to them. They don't have to formally join our organization, but our doors are open, and we have had from time to time them come and ride with us. But to have a cadre of volunteers that I think we all hope we would, is not realistic at this point. Primarily because of budget. We have to train all of them. It's probably $1,000 at least to train them, and much the same as a police department. Once they're trained, they still have to go through a period of becoming experienced. So a new EMT would probably not be, as a volunteer, would not be able to service the community for at least a year.
Okay, any other questions?
just a learning process for me. The item 278 seems to be the largest, which is called for, of course,
I don't even have to
vehicle
look at
repair.
that. I know what that is. That's
Yeah.
our fleet, the fleet
yeah.
management. We own all of the emergency vehicles. The township owns all of the emergency vehicles in the community, with the exception of the chief's cars of the two fire companies. So we have to maintain that fleet.
Right, of
And that's our biggest challenge, is maintaining that fleet. We have a
So
large fleet.
what's the last year's cost for this item? If you
Last
can
year's
remember?
cost was 90-something, I think.
On page 5,
Okay, yeah, thank you.
provides you with that information, is
Great.
$92,701.
Gotcha. So
So
that's very
you'll
much
you'll
the
notice in
same.
here, as you go through some of these things, either today or in the future, a lot of the line item, specific line item requests have changed from 18 to 19 to more clearly identify how the money's spent.
Gotcha.
Previous years, we've put a certain amount of money in the various lines,
Right.
but as we've needed to transfer, because the costs are higher, to the apparatus maintenance account, as an example, we
Gotcha.
transferred it. This year, for 2019, we're trying to put the true number, what we anticipate the expenditures to be in those line items,
Gotcha.
without increasing the budget request.
Yeah, and I noticed 266, the terminology I just learned, mobile data terminal.
Yes,
MDT. Yeah, 266.
but we don't
Just-
have that.
Huh?
We don't have mobile data terminal.
Oh, but you have it under 266? MDT support cost under 266?
On page 34, Jim, of the book.
Of the book, oh, okay.
Yeah, page, item 266. MDT.
Which tab?
Support cost?
Yeah, well, you have mobile data terminal support
30
costs,
yeah.
yes,
Page 34, yeah.
Hold on, hold on.
266.
I gotta find
In
it.
the beginning, Jim.
Is that the technology that allows the vehicles to talk to the lights?
Pardon me, hold on, let me just,
I mean, first of all, it's the second largest item. That's why I'm looking at it, but also this terminology we just learned from the chief.
oh, I'm sorry, the
Yeah.
mobile data terminals is not the correct word. I didn't pick up on that, so I apologize.
problem.
We have iPads.
What do you call it?
We have iPads, which we use, but they're not mobile data terminals
Okay.
specifically as the police have them. And we buy them through trust funds. So the $10,000 that is allocated in 266 is for any maintenance of any equipment. You'll see aerial ladder testing, and ground ladder testing, and fire hose testing, and calibration of devices. I think the mobile data terminal support cost line is a carryover from other years, and I should not have had that in there, so I apologize for the confusion.
That operation budget is 10,000 pretty much every year, yeah.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
Testing the fire hose is probably $4,000, testing ladders is $1,200.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah, so,
So that comes out, you're saying?
Yeah,
Just that first line.
Yeah, just
the
the
mobile-
first line. The
mobile data
rest
terminal
is
line.
stuff that's needed. All right, any other operating budget questions, or shall we go to the capital budget? Capital budget questions?
A couple of questions.
What page?
54.
Okay. You ask yours, then I'll ask mine if you haven't.
All right, so on page 54 of the capital budget, we're looking at $110,000 to purchase power stretchers.
yes.
I recall that we had purchased power stretchers maybe one or two a couple years ago.
We purchased
Last
one last year, and
Okay.
I want to talk about that. It probably should have been one of our key accomplishments. We had talked about the power lift stretchers over the course of a few years. We budgeted the funds in 2018. It was purchased and delivered recently. It's not yet in service, but it's such an improvement on moving patients around, and such a help to extend the life of a township employee's back. They are very valuable. We had talked about doing one a year over 3 years, but that would require us to have one ambulance in 1 year to have one, and that ambulance be used continually throughout the year, because you don't know when you're going to have the patient that you really need that electric stretcher or that power lift stretcher. We have 3 ambulances, and we rotate those 3 ambulances through our 3 platoons. Each platoon has an ambulance. That keeps the mileage down on them. So we spoke this year to administration about moving some things around for 2019, so we could get the other 2 in 2019 and have all 3, and then all 3 ambulances would be equipped the same.
So the $110,000 will buy 2
Yes, get the
stretchers?
other 2.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you.
No, that was my question too, so,
And I hope we never have to use them for anyone. But
Then I had another question on page 63.
okay, page 57, that was just I thought that this item was worth it.
Yep, hanging out in Jones.
Page 63, go for it, Asha.
Okay, so talking about replacement of brush 44.
yes,
Now, I'm so sorry if I don't recall what we did, but I thought we approved a brush truck replacement last year. Was it for a different?
yes, it was 2 years ago, actually, and it was for Station 43, West Windsor Fire.
Perfect.
This is
Thank you.
Princeton Junction.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
What page are you on?
What was that,
The
your
brush-
last,
That
Brush
was
truck
63.
replacement for Princeton Junction Fire Company.
Different-
2020.
Okay.
2020.
got it.
Anyone have anything before page 66? Again, I would like to know how much has been spent yearly on this category over the last 5 years or so. I just want to know how much is spent on general improvements on buildings.
I'm assuming you'll want to say the same thing for 67.
Yes.
On all the capital, maybe expand it, do we have a sheet that shows what we budgeted for and/or bonded, and then what we actually have spent, so that maybe there's a spreadsheet you could see everything, from the capital expenditures?
You will be provided that in the annual financial statement, which is not available yet due to the reporting, the change in the reporting requirements of local government services. So that document is due to be filed by March 11th.
Okay.
The whole budget process is, as you're aware, been
No,
delayed
it's
as a
it's
result
ongoing,
of directives coming down to us from the state.
All right, so then March 11th, you'll complete that work, then you can get us a
It'll
copy
be
of
filed
that.
with the clerk, and then you'll be able to see that.
Right. And that'll be for all categories of capital spending. All right, okay, good.
Okay,
Should
any
answer
other?
that question then, see
No.
what's left, at least.
Yes. Any other questions on this?
I did ask Jim to speak about the ambulatory revenue, since we'll be talking about revenue at another date, that Jim is not expected to attend, so he can advise you why that revenue is down from 17 to 18.
Okay.
Yeah, I
Thank you.
noticed that, yeah.
It is down a little bit from one year to the other. As we talked about a few budget meetings ago, a couple years ago, we can't predict how many sick people we're going to transport year to year. So we transported less people in 2018 than we did in 2017. But we also made changes to the EMS fee account, the ordinance, to increase, effective January 1, to increase the EMS fees that we charge. And we added a section to that for refusals. If we go to an emergency and there's we do a patient evaluation and there's a refusal, right, up until 2019, we didn't get anything for that. We got no revenue for that. So in 2018, there were 246 refusals. So we responded, we did a medical evaluation, but the patient decided that for whatever reason, they weren't going to go to the hospital. So we've included a fee in the budget, in the fee schedule, starting in January 1 for refusals. If we have 246 refusals in 2019, and we collect the fee for that, that's an additional $61,000. Now, that's not hard numbers, that's just projections.
Have we ever billed for refusals before?
No.
Who covers the cost of the refusal?
Insurance companies. Insurance companies.
Yeah.
Okay.
We don't balance bill any township residents.
Right.
So whatever the cost of the emergency medical transport is, whatever the insurance company pays the township provider, the billing agent provider, that's what we accept.
Do we know that they pay for that? Do we know that insurance companies pay?
We do.
They will pay for refusals?
Yes,
Yeah.
we were advised by our billing agent, who reviewed our revenues for the last few years, to make some changes to our fee schedule, which
We passed the ordinance allowing this a few months ago,
Yes, yep.
and I believe that we were assured at that time that the township would be paid by insurance companies. I believe township residents will be charged only what their insurance companies, if they have one, will pay.
Correct.
It's non-residents who will be charged.
balance bill, yes, correct.
And if a resident didn't, for some reason, have health insurance, we
Then
just
it's
cover
free.
it.
Right.
It's free.
There's nothing, there's no charge.
Right, because
Yeah.
our taxes are going towards this. so
And once in a while,
back bill.
one will slip by, and a resident will get a balance bill and call, and we'll correct that problem immediately with our billing agent.
Okay, any other questions? Well, no, I would like a 5-minute break, please.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
Jim, thank you.
Thank you.
I will be back.
yards. And sort of to give you understanding how much cubic yard is, a garbage truck holds about 25 cubic yards, so it's quite a few truckloads. So, we repaired over 4,000 potholes, pruned 869 street trees. 869.
Thank you.
Cleared and cleaned 7,200 catch basins. Swept 336 miles of roadway. Recycled 27 tons of electronics on our dumpster days. We also finished construction of our street sweeping pad for our screener. We screen all of our street sweepings and send it to Burlington County, where they use it as a landfill cover. So we got that accomplished in 2018. And for 2019
Alex, just grab the mic closer to you.
And for 2019, we're looking to continue our, we're looking forward to continuing our residential recycling drop-off location, continue to provide that service, and continue to provide mulch and compost to all the township residents. For the budget for the road department, we're asking for $229,777. The road department. Some of the bigger, larger accounts are, our largest account there is 278, the vehicle repair. We're asking for 68,000 there, 200, yeah, $88. This is on page 53, what I'm looking at right now, so in case you're wondering. Another large account is asphalt. That's for, obviously, for filling potholes and road sectioning and things like that, crack sealing. Also, another big one is technical specialized equipment maintenance. It's repair parts for the equipment, loaders, mowers, and things like that. So the next department I wanted to talk about, we'll do snow removal real quick. It's just, we want to continue to remove snow and ice in a timely and efficient manner for the township, make sure the streets are safe for everybody. We're asking for $163,000 in 2019. It's, again, flat budget, it's the same as last year. The same thing with the road department, it's flat, 0% increase. And then for, let's see, go over the sewer department. They've jetted and cleaned over 15,000 feet of sanitary sewer line, inspected over 12,000 feet of sanitary sewer, inspected over 3,000 catch basins. Again, they maintain over 35 acres of grass in easements and the pump stations. These are things they have to cut on a periodic basis. They also, in 2018, they assisted with the updating of the discharge piping in the duck pond pump station, which we had contracted out to have most of that work done, but we assisted with that as well. In 2019, we're hoping that duck pond will be, pump station will finally get eliminated. I've got my fingers crossed on that. I'm hoping that goes. And we're looking forward to preparing another phase of manhole and sanitary sewer rehab work with engineering. We're hoping to get that done. As far as the budget goes for the sewer department, let's see. We're asking for $110,750. Again, it's the same as last year, 0% increase. Among the larger accounts in the sewer department, the largest one would be 354 is technical specialized supplies. A big portion of that is a lot of that is the chemical that we use at our southwest pump station. We use for reduce the hydrogen sulfide damage done by the sewage. It tends to the sewage that leaves that force main tends to want to tear up the manholes and the piping and everything else. And with this chemical that we use, it basically eliminates that. So it saves our infrastructure, and we want to keep that going. Another account that's fairly large is the technical specialized equipment maintenance. Again, that's repair parts for the loaders and the bigger equipment, repair parts and things for that. And lastly, I have facilities and open space. Some of the accomplishments, again, in 2018, they laid out and maintained hundreds of sports fields. They helped with the success of various tournaments such as lacrosse and soccer and the baseball tournaments. They maintain they've done a lot of maintenance on dangerous trees in the township, parks, and open space areas. They clean miles of sidewalks and roads of snow in the wintertime. In 2019, they hoping to do a lot of pruning in some of the open space and parks. They hoping to implement a maintenance program for some of the baseball fields. They're also looking to do extensive tree work at Vaness Park and mulch all parks and playgrounds. As far as the budget for facilities and open space, we're, let's see here. We're asking for 92,000. Again, that's a flat budget, 0% increase over last year. And
Well, it's really 5,000 over actual, right?
oh, I'm sorry, yes, it is. You're right.
What page, Virginia?
This is 13.
It's a flat budget request is what.
Right, flat from what they requested last year, but not flat from what was used last
Right.
year. That's, thanks for including that,
Right, right. I'm
Joanne, by
sorry.
the way.
Thank you for
Meant to
pointing
say that
out.
up front.
And then some of the big numbers here are, again, vehicle repair. That's always a big one in all the divisions. 25,000. Technical specialized supplies, 32,987. There's another big one. Again, that's paint for the ball fields, parts for the mowers. They require a lot of maintenance. And we go through a lot of striping paint, I can tell you that for sure. We stripe a lot of ball fields. And that's pretty much it.
So under technical specialized equipment, you asked for 12.56% less than last year, and both in the last two lines where it shows you spent over 18,000 in the 17 budget and over 19,000 in the 18 budget, but you're just asking for something over 17? Is that?
Yeah, well, we've got some newer mowers, and we're also asking for newer mowers in when I get to the capital budget, so we're hoping some of the maintenance will be less.
Okay, I mean, it's.
So, we can replace some of the older stuff, and which is high maintenance.
I was just curious, because these things so seldom go down, but
Yep,
it shows the value of newer mowers.
Yep.
I had a couple questions when are you,
I have just one other question. Under the 2019 goals and objectives, you say create a spray program for weed control. There's some weed control that is very toxic. It kills weeds, but it's things that really should not get into the groundwater, and I'm wondering whether you.
Well, we have to follow very, very strict protocol with what we're using. We have a licensed person on staff that follows all the guidelines.
Well, some of the
We
guidance.
don't use anything on any athletic fields or anything like that where the kids are. or anything.
Allison, you're talking about like Roundup?
Yes, things like.
And also, I'm concerned about the bee killing.
Yes, I'm concerned about those, and I know those are legal, and I don't want to
I'd rather not use
have them
those.
in West Windsor.
Yeah.
So is there some way you can give us a list of what you use? Because, I mean, I don't want poison ivy, but there are a lot of other weeds that are just fine.
Well, I can get you what we use.
But Virginia is right about the bee killing as well as Roundup.
On the upgrades to the parks and the maintenance, there's a certain percentage of the open space tax that we can use. Has there been any evaluation done to see if that percentage needs to be changed? You know, to take more money out of that? I think that's a referendum kind of question, but.
It is definitely a
Parks are growing.
referendum question, and if you go to the capital budget, there's a certain, 3 items, I think, say that you're going to use this money from the open space tax, and one of the questions I was going to ask was, what's the 35% of the open space tax, and how much of it are you asking for in those items?
I can address that.
I thought you would.
So the 35%, I believe, is 400,000. And it's 4 different items. It's 410 we have budgeted here. There's four pieces. It's maintenance of the parks, which is 100,000, which supplements the public works salary and wage. It's actually page 102 in the capital. So 100,000 of Alex's staff time gets charged to that. The other piece of that is the development of the parks, which comes from a recommendation from Ken Jacobs, the manager of recreation, and for this year, 200,000 is budgeted. Then the other 2 pieces are the preserves, the maintenance of preserves, and then the development of preserves. And for 2019, the maintenance is 90,000 and the improvement is 20,000. That's the allocation.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like our parks expand, we have more ball fields, different things, you know, over time, personnel costs go up too over time. And maybe more of the open space tax could be used towards that. I know there's the referendum
Well, we're
question, but should we be
using the
looking at that?
max according to the referendum. Any specific questions, I would recommend you reserve for Ken Jacobs, and he can address
Right.
the development part of that.
So, the max would be, what, 400,000 is what you said, or,
Yeah, it's like, we have 410,000 budgeted right now,
so,
which is the same amount that was budgeted in the same proportions last year.
okay, so then, this does represent these 4, which I know I had them there.
And we appropriate every year. We're not spending, other than Alex's gets charged for the current year. The other items do have monies left from previous authorizations because they may want to bundle a couple of years' worth of appropriations for one project.
Well, I added it up, and it came for 19 to 410,000, so. And you answered my question ahead of time. But my other questions on that will come next under community development. But I think that the question of the open space tax should be a separate discussion.
I have a couple questions just on the operating side of
Please
things.
ask them.
So I got to tell you, guys are fantastic. We get a 100-year storm every year now, right? And before, so I can definitely understand the increase in yard waste. I don't know how you do it, keeping a flat budget too, because we had a tree down on our street, and it probably wasn't 30 minutes before your guys were out there cutting it down and taking care of it and making sure it wasn't blocking the road. So incredible work. The thing I'm wondering is we had last year taken out, I think, one of the zones, one of the pickup budget items for trash pickup. I think, do you recall this? We had taken out, Allison had made the recommendation that we had 5 pickups budgeted for, but we only had 4 zones. Do you recall this?
No, that's a catch-up week. I thought
No,
that was always a catch-up week.
Yeah.
We took it out budgeting-wise.
Had a 5-week month, it's the last week.
Right.
That the
Yeah.
crews are working on.
But we
Other things. I
impacted,
pointed it out. They did it. It wasn't my suggestion. They did it. I pointed out that this, in essence, meant one fewer pickup per zone, but gave them those weeks to play catch-up and do other
Right,
things.
it was also, the idea was it would make it easier for everybody in town to remember when their week was.
Oh, absolutely,
Right.
because now, you're Zone 4, you're Week 4, Zone 2, Week 2, much easier.
Right, so.
But that's how you sold it. I just pointed out the not so obvious advantage.
so I know that I don't really care if my trash can sits out for 2 days extra or whatever while you're playing pickup, catch-up, because you've also been doing the yard waste and doing the storms. But I know that some people in town are concerned about that kind of thing. So does,
Well, we don't
Well,
pick
wait, the garbage cans don't have anything to do with what they're doing.
that's, we don't do trash.
you don't do trash? Okay,
That's done by
Or
waste
recycling.
management.
They don't do
okay,
We use that extra week to play catch-up or maintenance on the vehicles.
okay. Because there's been a lot of,
That's when we get our tree pruning done, that's when we get everything else done,
Yeah.
our
there was one particular resident who seemed to be raising a lot of issue on peeps, right? The dreaded West Windsor peeps, about yard waste pickup. So, but I also know you've had a lot going on. So is there something that we can do to help with that? Or is it just a, look, we'll get there?
Education.
Well,
Some
and
of
I
the
think whenever there's
people who-
storms, you can't,
Yeah.
I mean, that's Mother Nature, right? I mean, you
Right.
guys have to deal with that all the time. And if people
That's-
put things out ahead of time and then it snows on it,
That's the point.
it's very
He-
difficult to not only clear the snow, but then
Right.
they're
People-
behind in clearing the yard waste, but there's nothing that anybody can do about that except try to follow the schedule.
Well, today, for instance, and last night, a lot of stuff came down. I'm in Zone 4. People in my neighborhood are going to have to wait until the 4th week of March before
Right.
this gets picked up. Do you think they're going to wait that long before putting it out in the street? Well, I am, because
Right.
I'm law-abiding, and anyway, I have to set a good example, but not everybody is. So,
the thing
that's the frustration that comes out from people who say, it'll take a whole month before they get to me.
Well, and if we're anticipating a big snowstorm, even if it's your week, don't put your stuff out. I think everybody just needs to work together on that.
Right, and we try to make it convenient for people. We have a spot at the site there where you can bring stuff. I understand not everybody has a pickup truck, so it's not always convenient, but, we do have that open to residents too, so.
And I also understand that you are clearing up the trails, the woodland trails. Now, that's not your first priority, because you have to make the actual streets and sidewalks safe.
Right.
But there are volunteers who are going into the woods and they're setting up a way of telling, I think they work through Dan, but he gets to you, to show you exactly where the tree is down. So you can go into the preserve and go straight to the tree you have to remove.
Right.
Because there are many trees that come down that are too big for the volunteers
Sure,
to handle.
sure. We're happy to do that. That's not a problem.
But I know that you work very hard, and the volunteers have worked hard to coordinate, and I wanted to say something really nice about you, so that's really great. I think you're doing a great job, and the fact that people complain, I'm sorry.
I just had one quick question, if
Sure.
we're not on that. Under sewer system, the 451,935, just looking back at the prior years, it looks like, I was trying to get sort of a rhyme or reason for like overtime versus regular, and we never seem to hit that number in prior years, but can you just, is there something special about that that would indicate why there's a little bit of a jump there to 452,000 almost? I'm sorry, this is page 12 in the beginning of the book.
Page 12 of 20?
Yeah,
I've got it right here.
under sewer system, and
You're talking about- you're
it's
talking
salary and wage.
salary
Yeah,
and
I'm just
wages?
trying to understand what that,
Actually,
how that works.
Repeat your question?
Yeah, so they're requesting $451,900,000, but we've never hit anything close to that, and I was trying to figure out, is there, is it because of an increase in overtime, and that sort of bounces around a little bit, or is it something else going on with the sewer? I'm trying to get at, is there some issue this year with the sewer that this is the extra time, extra labor is spent on this year?
Well, we'll get
That's all.
into specifics.
You want to talk about that in the closed?
But I will tell you, I personally calculate based on the employee count of what the salary and wage items are, so.
Okay, so there's not like because I know we've had issues with different sewer things in the past. I was just wondering if that was relevant to that, but we could talk about that later. Thank you.
Okay,
Go over capital, I haven't done that yet.
yeah.
Yes,
we-
please.
It starts on page 85. I don't have a question until 86, so does anyone have a question on 85?
Hold on a second. It's just- No.
Would you like me just to go over start with the 2019 requests?
Well, it's easy for us to go page by page.
Okay.
And on page 86, you've got
Take that.
compact loader and planer. It's 96,000 in 2020, but status of project says 2019, 96,000.
That's just a typo.
Okay, that's...
2020.
Yeah,
What page, Allison? I'm sorry.
86,
Thank you.
it's just a typo.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure.
Looks like the first 2019 page 90. Requesting a pump for the Braemar pump station. Pumps are getting old. I'm just looking forward to putting new ones in.
Can you get parts? Are you able to get parts for the ones that you have?
Well, no, we're sort of in the process of switching from one vendor, one main to another. The one that we had is sort of obsolete.
Okay.
So it's going to a different manufacturer. So that's going to run us about 10 grand for 2019. And we're hoping to get another one in 2020.
Okay, but on page,
91.
on page 89, I noticed that you've got 3 machines all aimed at 2021, so, but if you're going through it year by year, when we get to 2021, maybe. I know that the township looks at vehicle, a sewer easement machine, looks at this sort of thing overall to spread things out, so, but I just wondered.
Yeah, it's just,
Why so much?
It's one machine that I want to replace, and it's just for 2021. It's, and again, it's 60 grand. And basically what it is, it's a machine that's used to clean sewer lines. We have a lot of easement in sewer easement in West Windsor, a great deal of it, and it cannot be accessed by vehicles. So it's just a small, basically reel that takes the hose and handles all the sewer jetting hose.
Well, it looks really necessary, but on page 87, you've got 150,000 for a loader backhoe, and then on page 88, you've got 36,000 for asphalt, all hitting 2021.
Yeah, we can move those around.
I just wondered if,
And also, that's mislabeled too, that on page 88, that should say asphalt trailer, not just asphalt, an asphalt trailer.
okay.
So we can move, these machines is very important, that asphalt trailer we can move down in the year.
Well,
We're not gonna worry about
I
that
just,
till the year comes.
just if you can take a look and see if you can spread things around, but maybe Marlena should have the final word because you're looking at everything and you want to spread everything around evenly.
Well, the main focus is what's in 2019, because
Right.
that's what the bond ordinance is going to be. There's great flexibility with the remaining 5 years. It is just a planning tool.
Just pointing out, because I know what happens the next year. You say, God, we got all this, and then you have to deal with it, so.
The next thing for 2019 is on page 93. It's another compactor truck. It's $205,000. And that's going to replace truck 10, which is 2020.
It's really very, very helpful what you have done when you're talking about replacement vehicles, giving the age of everything you're replacing, because I get to that and I say, oh, yes, 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 yes. So it's very effective.
Alex, is there some reason why the one truck is kind of going kaput a lot sooner than the other one? That's on 93. One is a 2001 and the other one is a 2009, so it looks like you're getting 8 more years out of the one truck, or 7 more if you're replacing it a year later.
Yeah, the truck 14, we've had a lot of problems with. We've had to put a lot of money into it.
Oh, okay.
It breaks down frequently, so it's more or less a limit.
Okay.
Fortunately, we can save that life as it is.
On page 95, project title, Mason dump trucks, 3 replacements, but you've got,
Yeah, that's just a typo, it should say 2.
okay, also, you've got the dollar amount, 60,000 in 20 and 21, but in status of project, you've got them on 19 and 20.
Yes, that's it, it's a typo of mine, I'm sorry.
So it should be 20 and 21?
Yes.
Okay.
The next thing we have on page 96, 2019, we've got 25,000 for public works, site, business improvements. Again, it's just for upgrades to our public works facility, which is getting on age.
On the next page.
Oh, wait, Allison, are we asking everybody to do the memo on what they've spent this on for the past,
Yeah, I
been on
would-
this
I
for the
would
past
like-
5 years?
Yes,
I
thank you.
think- I think March 11th, we're going to get that spreadsheet that shows all the capital money that we've approved over the years and how much is left.
But Allison, were you also asking what they spent it on, though? Or were you just saying how much
I
did they spend
wanna
each
know-
year?
well-
Because I think it'd be helpful to know, well, what are you spending it on, then it kind of gives you
Well, I
a...
agree with you. I
Yeah.
would like to know a little more than just how much is left, but the basic is, we have this 25,000 a year for multiple buildings, and I just want to know how much of that gets spent,
And on what?
and on what, Virginia
And
wants.
actually, that'll come from my office, so we can just go through all the buildings and let you know what the
Awesome.
2018.
Thank
That's
you.
fine. But,
Yeah,
I-
for next year, on these pages, you could say in 2019 for next year's, and just have a sentence or two what we actually spent the money on that page.
yeah, that would be
Yeah.
helpful. But on page 97, you do say you want to put an addition to the main building at Public Works. And this was discussed in great detail either last year or the year before or both. And one of the problems is you say, well, we have wetlands, and the wetlands are getting in the way of expansion. So even,
May I
Yeah.
interject? If you recall, council, I think possibly 2 meetings ago, approved a contract, a professional services agreement with an architect to look at what they can do within the existing footprint.
so you're looking at the existing footprint. I just wanted to make sure because I know you could,
That's Spiesel, right?
Yes.
thank you.
Next page, page 99, I've got 250,000 sanitary sewer improvements. That's again, improvements to the sanitary sewer lines, lining, line replacement, manhole replacement, things like that. Just want to keep the township infrastructure in good shape. We don't want to have any more cave-ins or anything like that, so that one's.
And it seems that if there's a problem with the sewer, it's likely to be an expensive one?
Yes, I think we could say yes on that.
No, I mean compared to fix the building.
And then lastly, on page 100, I have 20,000 for public works, so storm sewer. Improvements. Again, it's just for, grades, block, brick, things like that. We have a lot of repairs we do with the storm sewer system. The money we use is for that.
Thank you. Any other
Thank you.
questions?
Any more snow?
No, no more
What are we doing
snow.
this year, the snow
But
budget?
wind is
Winds,
is
right?
going to keep you very busy in the next month, picking up an awful lot of brush. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. I just handed out the goals and accomplishments and objectives from last year and this year, so everybody should have a copy in front of them. What I wanted to do is just start off briefly and just indicate that my budget has not changed in the last several years. It's still at $165,175. That budget includes the Land Use Division, the Planning Board, and the Zoning Board. Also, you'll probably have a sheet that shows SPRAB, but if you remember, we eliminated that board last year, so that is, that's at zero for that. What I did do, though, is I decreased my Planning Board budget, my Zoning Board budget, and the reductions from that I moved into land use. As you probably remember, this past March, the Planning Board adopted a master plan reexamination report. It's required by law every 10 years to do that. And part of the findings in that report, because of the pressure for development coming on in the township, the university property, Howard Hughes, and the SRI piece, that the reexamination report recommended that we take a look at all the elements of the master plan. There's about 11 elements in our master plan. What the staff is going to do this year, and we've spoken to the mayor and the planning board chairman, is we're working on 3 elements of that master plan. The land use element, which dictates zonings and bulk standards, the circulation plan element, and we're looking to create a new element of the master plan, an economic development plan element. So all 3 of those are going to be done at the same time. Staff has been working on that last year, doing some of the heavy lifting. This beginning of the first couple months of this year, as you're well aware, we have a court-mandated deadline to adopt our housing element fair share plan and our spending plan. We're having a planning board meeting this Wednesday to adopt, and I understand the council is meeting right after that to hopefully endorse that plan. Once we get that done, staff will be able to start moving resources into updating those 3 elements of the master plan. So that's the reason why I reduced some of my planning board litigation and zoning board litigation amounts and moved them into the land use office for that kind of work. Basically, in a nutshell, that is the budget. If you have any questions, or if you want me to go over the capital budgets and then ask all your questions at the end, whatever your pleasure is.
Anybody, well, what we've been doing before is going through operating budgets first. Does
Okay.
anybody have a question for Sam on the operating budget? I mean, I think you explained very nicely the reasoning behind the changes. I looked at it, and every time I saw an increase somewhere, I said, yeah, that makes sense. So, anyone
Yeah,
else?
it's just a lot of work with the master plan. You're working with consultants, you're working with the attorneys, and that's where a lot of the money is going.
Correct.
It's a big year.
Yeah.
Okay, capital budget.
So, are you to be asked about everything under community development, or?
No.
yours-
Oh, no. I have
Page
Mr. Guzik is in the back there
43.
who will be doing that.
Page
43.
43, so let's. So starting with page 43, who has questions? That's
Wait,
3
street
items.
trees?
So your favorite topic.
Oh, my
Yes.
God.
Virginia, street trees.
I know Virginia has no questions on street trees, so we'll go right to YZ on this question.
Is this in addition to or separate from any grant money that we got to plant
This-
trees where the dead ones were?
This is
Dying ones?
separate from all that. This is specifically for a street tree replacement program. For years, we had it at 20,000. Last year, we dropped it to 15, and we're keeping it at 15 this year.
I would love to go to 0. All it does is cost us a lot of money in terms of replacing sidewalk.
Even when that's a whole nother discussion, but when we replace the sidewalks, I know my neighborhood, they did, this house, that house, not everybody's house that needed it, but sometimes it's sidewalks going up like this. Sometimes it's flat, and that's great, but other times it's sort of going up. And I know in another few years, within a few years, it's still going to be lifting those sidewalks up again.
Yes,
So-
and I've noticed that I walked my neighborhood, which is an older neighborhood, and you can tell where the squares were replaced, and they're being pushed up again. And then they came through my neighborhood again and repaired a lot of them and didn't do the one in front of my house, which has been there since I moved in 20 years ago. So I'm not sure, and I called about it back, when my kids were little, because all the little kids trip on it. So I don't know why that one wasn't done, but I'm sure there were others that were skipped too, not just mine, but they did a pretty good job of hitting most of them, I
Dan
thought.
Dobromilski maintains a list of sidewalk repair requests, so I asked Francis if he could bring Dan up so that when we go through the capital budget related to sidewalk, and I believe we're in the last year of the grant for the Emerald Ash Borer. So-
Right, and that's fine, I understand that, but I think because this one is totally separate, I just think it's irresponsible of us to continue to put trees in between the sidewalk and the street when we know they're going to cause damage that's going to cost a lot more money for us. So this isn't a $15,000 expense, it's really a lot more than that because we're repairing sidewalks. And look, last year when I called a arborist, company to ask them questions about, trees and how the roots grow and all that kind of stuff, and this lady provides trees, to people, and she calls the trees, she calls it a sidewalk coffin, a tree coffin, whenever they're planted in between the street and the sidewalk. And she said, trees just shouldn't be planted there. And this is, of course, a lady who loves trees. So that's yet another reason why, in my opinion, we shouldn't be spending money putting trees in that little strip of land there. Just my opinion, and everybody on council, I'm sure, has one too, so.
I think that this is a separate discussion. I think this is a policy discussion, and I think that we all understand that there are, Colonial Avenue, which is right near where I live, and on Windsor Drive, they didn't put the street trees between the sidewalk and the street. They put them on people's lawns, and there is less impact on the sidewalks, and it's...
Is this a wrap-up item then?
So let's make this a wrap-up item.
Okay, because then my question would be, if you're putting them on somebody's lawn, then you're basically saying, well, I'm putting a township thing on somebody's private property.
I think this was years ago when the development was first put in.
Okay.
Instead of putting them between the sidewalk and the street, they put them on the lawns. And that's a policy issue and a design issue, but it worked.
I will mention that the capital budget can be amended, unlike the operating budget. When you introduce and adopt it, that's it. The capital budget by resolution can be amended any time during the year. And after the adoption of the budget, the council will be presented with the makeup of all the 2019 approved projects and seeking approval to proceed with a bond ordinance. So a discussion can be had at that next juncture before the bond ordinance is approved, because we do one ordinance with all projects, and that's where council can deliberate and say whether they want to see a project in or not.
Okay, well, thanks for mentioning that. I know we can do that, but I know last year there were a couple of things that we had said, oh, we're going to talk about those again, and then by the time we get around to that, everybody forgets. So I think it's probably best, just as a matter of process, if we want to change something, to address it now instead of waiting until later. But we can talk about it at the wrap-up. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay.
I do have a comment on page 45.
Well, 44 is also one.
Yes, but I don't have a comment on that one. It says, again, status of project, it's anticipated the design of the new signs, this is community identification signs, will be undertaken in early 2019 with installation of 10 signs by summer
and the remainder in 2020, and yet the money for this is 2020 and 2021. So should that be 2020 and 21 in status of project as well? Is that
Staff
a typo?
originally wanted to start it in 2019, but the administration pushed it back a year, so yeah, it should change to early 2020.
Okay, so that
So
should
wherever it
change.
says 2019 should be 2020, and wherever it says 2020 should be 2021.
I just wanted to get it,
Can we see
Consistent. And-
the sign? I would like to just see.
yeah, it would be nice to know what the
I wanna
signs
see what
would
it
look
looks
like. But I also want to know, what are the 20 locations?
I have a map, and I knew you were going to ask that question. I can provide the map to you to show all the locations. There are 20 locations, road locations coming into town.
And what was the primary purpose in changing it, just to?
Well,
have a
the
new
signs
look
we
or
put
what?
up that are up there now, the ones that are left were put up when Carol Carson was mayor, so that's been 20 years, so they're pretty much falling apart or been knocked down in accidents or whatever the case may be. So basically the surrounding towns recently put new signs up, so I thought it might be advantageous for us to do the same thing, announcing when we come into West Windsor. So no design work or any ideas or anything have been done on that.
Well, the signs that were put up 20 years ago used a logo that is not our township seal, and that is now used only, I believe, by recreation. So I think that we will be interested on deciding how West Windsor is going to brand itself, whether we're going to use this outdated logo or a new one.
Understood?
So keep us posted, okay?
And then the last one I have is 101.
But you will send us the list of the 20.
Did you want the map this year or next year, since we have no funding this year?
I'm curious, and I'm sure everybody else is too. Thank you. And what else was yours?
101.
Yes.
Sam, is there a reason why it drops from 25 to 10? Just legal fees different? Or-
We're really winding down our open space acquisition program right now. There's several properties that are still targeted in the master plan and our open space recreation plan for acquisition. All of those, we're just not going to get all of those properties. We'll work with the property owner when they come in for development through clustering or other avenues where it's not going to cost the taxpayer to preserve a good portion of that property. So there are really only 3 or so properties that are targeted. One of them we acquired this year through condemnation. The court gave us permission to do the condemnation, and we are in the value stage right now, where 3 commissioners were assigned, so there may be some additional cost associated with the acquisition if the commissioners decide the value of that property is more than what we paid for through our appraisal. And then the others are just for 3 other properties, one of which we're started preliminary negotiations on last year. We're continuing into this year. So those would be the costs for our attorney to draw up a contract to start on the surveys and the Phase 1 environmental assessments. As you know, we also work with the Friends of West Windsor Open Space. They have funding through the state. In some cases, they have offered to pay the soft cost up front, where we don't have to pay for that, and then they go to the state for reimbursement on that. They can get up to 50% reimbursement on soft costs.
Thank you.
I had thought that the higher number for the first 2 years was because of condemnation issues.
Correct.
Okay, any other questions for Sam?
Was Sam the one that talked about the referendum on the open space tax, and do we need to change the percentage so that we have more money because our parks are expanding and personnel costs go up over the years?
I don't know who that would be, but it wouldn't be me. Thank
Who would
you.
that be?
The administration,
You.
the administration, the mayor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sam.
Okay,
Thank you, Ron.
My name's Ron Kissel, I'm the building associate official of the construction department.
Thanks.
I'm filling in for Dominic Carvelli, the construction official at the storm sewer meeting. I handed out the accomplishments and the objectives of the department. Review it, it pretty much stayed the same from the last couple of years or so. With very few, if any, changes. Most of the costs stayed the same from one year to the next. The only thing we try to do, we try to get a Jeep or a vehicle every year to try to keep the fleet up to date. The car usually lasts by about 6 years or so we try to get one every year. Any particular questions that you have about the budget?
Yeah. No, I was just wondering, on your goals for this year, objectives, you'll be getting the tablets? So inspectors are going to have the tablets, and they go out, they approve it or don't approve it, and that gets sent right back. So we're trying to get more efficiencies in getting, I guess, the permits approved quicker.
Yeah, it's very efficient, and they have a lot more information that they can get in the field. They can take pictures and get it right back to the office. They can get the actual items that were on the permit. They basically have just about any information that we have in the office out in the field. They can fill in their inspections right away, and we will have the information within a half hour, so 15 minutes.
Can, I guess the applicant or residents, is there a way to go online to see the progress?
Not at this point. We just rolled it out, and both the inspectors and the technical and administrative staff within construction code need to go, get comfortable enough with the program. It's important that they are familiar enough with the program, because if issues do come up, the public could ask for assistance. They need to know how to respond or get the necessary technical support, which is included in the cost of the program. The expectation, I believe, is to roll it out on July 1st. The actual first closeout report or financial run won't occur until later this month. So we're talking March 1st. So we have to make sure that the kinks are worked out, there's a comfort level in terms of transmitting the information from the iPads back, and there'll be training on that aspect of the public access portion for the staff as well. So it's a work in progress.
How many weeks have they been using them? I know you mentioned it at a council meeting.
We cut over, I think, early February.
Okay,
We
so a few
balanced
weeks.
it, yeah.
And how is it, how are people liking it? Are you finding it, can you tell if it's making your jobs easier yet? Or is it still too much in the learning curve that, you got to get over that hump first? Or, any early reads on that you want to share?
It's definitely a learning curve, but like I said, we came a long way in a short period of time. And everyone is still getting familiar with the program, and we are getting better every day.
Okay, yeah, it's still early, yeah.
It's going to help the process out a lot.
Great.
It's just once we get past this learning curve, it should be fine.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Anybody have any other questions? You so considerately included your page from the front of the book and your page from the back of the book in your handout. Saved us the trouble of looking through, just have to look for our own notes. Thank you very much.
I see that every year you put in a little more money for the four-wheel drive vehicle replacement. Does that represent rising costs?
Typically, it's at 10%, it goes up pretty much 10% a year. This one was a little cheaper because you couldn't get all the safety features because it was already approved for that amount. Basically, if you look in the later years, it's pretty much a 10% change, and that's basically with all the safety things that are put into vehicles.
Like, what type of safety things? Because the code inspectors, they have their tablets, maybe some paper. What?
Like I love backup cameras.
Right.
You know, things that the auto industry comes up with.
Is mandating.
You know, radar, like all that kind of stuff.
that kind of
He's just
stuff.
talking about stuff that
Okay.
comes standard on the vehicles now, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I was
Well-
right, vehicles are more expensive, and there's a reason. So if nobody has any more questions, thank you very, very much.
Ron, thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
Thanks.
Good job. I just want to compliment our Construction Enforcement Division. They had some serious issues with the original construction management system, and with council's approval and their cooperation and assistance, they brought that system online in about a month, which is almost unheard of. So, yes, you did, and I appreciate that and your staff's help and support.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Francis Guzik, and I have the pleasure of introducing you to our new Assistant Township Engineer, John Taylor, who you may have known from ACT Engineers.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Just gave Marlena the accomplishments and goals for engineering, environmental commission, and community development.
You take one of each, they're turned.
Yeah. I'll start with engineering because it's of interest to John, and then I'll let John go. I'm sure he's got a few better things to do and listen to environmental commission and
I'm making two
development
files here.
director. So pretty much with the 2018 accomplishments, there's a number of projects that are listed there. This year I've tried to break them down by category, but they go through roadway improvements, bike ped improvements, wastewater improvements, general facilities, public lands, and then some of the descriptions of some of the other duties. And then that's carried over for the 2019 goals and objectives. And starting with the operating budget, we've requested a flat budget this year. There is some adjustments of where some of the dollars are going based on how some of our costs are changing within the department, but the total
Which page,
is still
Francis?
flat. 9 of 20
Oh, thank you.
for administration recommended. Yeah, one of the bigger expenses in that budget that came up last year for the first time was with Brian's departure from engineering and movement to facilities. He had done a lot of the tax map revisions in-house before providing to our township land surveyor consultant, who coincidentally also works for ACT Engineers. But with Brian's departure in May or June of last year, a lot of that work had to be done by that consultant. So a lot of those in-house costs had to be transferred to the professional consultant fees costs, and it was actually significantly more in total than what it would have been had we had been able to keep the former setup. So, but I'm still comfortable that moving that forward for this year, we still should remain overall within the same budget that for operating that we had last year. So there's no increases requested.
Are you looking at line 210 under engineering, or where?
Yes, consultant fees. That's not to explain the changes there, that's just explaining one of the costs that I had.
But it doesn't really look, I guess it's up from 17, but it expended in the 18 budget is 37,000 and change, and you're asking for 33,000 and change. That's not a big up.
No, I think, didn't you mean the increase came between 17 and 18, 26 to 37, an 11,000 increase last year?
Right, that's why the 2018 expenditure was so much more
Right.
than what was originally anticipated.
Oh, okay.
And that problem is not going to continue to that same degree?
I'm hopeful it's not. We'll find out as the year goes. I do have the ability to shift some of the dollars around amongst the accounts if I do find ourselves getting close to that situation.
Okay.
But with Mr. Taylor's experience, I think he's able to start helping us keep some of that in-house work going before relying on the consultants, so.
And Francis, why the hike in overtime up to 4,000? It doesn't seem to have been there before at that level.
At the personnel
Yeah.
discussion?
Yeah, that has.
That's personnel.
Overtime? Okay, well.
Yep.
Right.
talk
But I
to
won't
it
be able
later.
to answer that, so let Francis answer that.
Yeah, some of that has to do with anticipated, basically, with Brian's departure middle of last year and then Eric leaving in November, we're significantly behind project schedules. So I anticipate spending a little bit of overtime budget to try to help catch up on projects that should be further along in the process than they are currently.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense, but I just noticed it and wanted to know. Thank you.
So it's township projects, not developer-driven projects?
Correct. Right.
Township projects?
Right, anything we do for the developers, we're always able to charge against developer escrow, so that they wouldn't show up in an overtime budget like this. Okay, so if
Okay.
Well, that looks,
there's no other questions,
well, not on operating. Well,
Not
we
operating.
can turn to,
well, that should all be self-explanatory. There's only 21 programs there.
Okay, what page are we on? Capital?
Section?
Well, community development engineering capital starts on page number 13. I don't know if you want to go.
Should we do all three
Budget.
operatings
I mean,
first and
I
then
think
do
we
all the
should-
capitals?
I think we should do all the operating before
If
we
you
do.
want.
I'm good with that,
That's fine.
Makes more sense to me.
yeah.
All right, so for Community Development Director, that is flat for this year.
Which page? Sorry, which page?
8 and 9.
Eight of 20, Community Development, at the bottom. So, that's a nominal budget to begin with. And just, again, with the shift in personnel late last year, there wasn't a lot of time to spend on continuing education or other course matter because it was trying to keep up with actual office work. So.
So now we're down to land use?
Environmental Commission?
Environmental Commission.
Page 10.
Yes, page 10 of 20. So there was a request from the commission for a few extra dollars, given this year is a Sustainable Jersey Renewal Recertification year. Last year, the approved budget was a little over $3,000. This year, the request to administration was $36.25. And administration's recommending matching, keeping it flat, same as last year. So I don't have a detailed accounting for how they would actually spend the $36.25, so I can't sit here and argue that, yes, it's required.
Well, Dan is available to cover that.
Historically, the Environmental Commission has not spent its budget.
That is
And
true
if
also.
need be, I can volunteer a few $100s for mine.
Okay?
You write that
Capital?
down, Dan?
So,
It's on the record.
just one quick question. Under land use, you've got an enormous hike in dues.
Land use?
That was Sam.
That was Sam.
There was Sam. Okay, well, I'll have to look it up. If it's listed. All right,
Okay.
where are we in, what
12?
page in capital?
Capital for engineering starts on page 13. The digital tax map conversion. I don't know if you want to go program by program, page by page.
Page by page.
Sure?
Well, just if there's questions, you don't have to go through it. You know, go page by page if there's questions.
Yeah, so on page 13, the digital tax map conversion, a budget for that. I believe this was first introduced last year. We're one of the last towns in Mercer County that still do the hand-drawn Mylars. Every time we have a deed come through, there's significant work done with plotting the deed to a plan, taking that, copying it onto the Mylar, having it approved through the land surveyor's office with the tax map updates. So not only that, we get many requests through the year through Oprahs or just people coming into the township or sending in emails looking for certain tax map sheets, which again, we don't have normally available electronically. I think this year we are having them scanned in so that we do have PDFs or TIFFs of it, but even that, I think, is several $1,000s just to do that, to have them available electronically for people.
What after last year's discussion that this was going to be maybe more of a priority for this year, and there's going to be the tax reevaluation?
Evaluation, yeah.
Next year, wouldn't you want to have all of this
Done?
now?
It would certainly
do
be
everything in
helpful,
one year.
so it's ready to
Yeah,
go
we should be
with the
ready for that.
revaluation, right?
I don't
Right.
want to take the thunder away from the assessor, but you should hear from her before you question the timing on this project.
Oh, so that sounds like it's going to be put off further into the future.
Well, it's really nice to know that engineering and assessing are talking to each other.
We try.
I like that.
Okay, so if there's no other questions on that, page 14 is the annual bike lane extension program. As we've been doing for the last couple of years, we've been not funding this project so that we could increase funding to the road improvement programs to get more road maintenance, resurfacing, and repairs done as part of that program. And we do expect that next year we would be able to start funding this program again.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the work that the Greater Mercer TMA is doing on trails, and one of their
employees who's working on this is Jerry Foster, who is the president of the West Windsor Bicycle and Pedestrian Alliance, which is very concerned about trails. So the comment here that we may take another look at this when their final report comes out is cogent.
Yeah,
And it makes sense to wait till next year.
I think we'll be better off having that information, because over the past few capital years where we've had projects we've tried to move forward with based on earlier studies and reports, I've been somewhat surprised at the level of resistance I've encountered or objectors from the people in those sections of the community who would benefit by these projects. So it would be nice to get a more up-to-date feedback of current hopes and
As
desires.
I look through this, we
So-
definitely need more up-to-date feedback, but we may have different priorities based on, there's been a lot of outreach. GMTMA has interactive maps, and there have been all sorts of community outreach from them, so we'll see what they come up with.
Correct.
And then we get to this one.
Right. Next is on page 16, the sidewalk extension program. So-
Now, I asked for a new project here that I think would be more useful to the township than any of these. I asked in 2016, and I ended up speaking to council members. I know I spoke to you, it's a small thing, you may not remember. I spoke to Marlena, I have spoken to Shing, I have spoken to Hemant, and I was told, well, you have to bring it up in the fall, which I did, and then bring it up before the fall, which I did, and this did not appear in 17 or 18. I want it now.
What are you
And-
specifically asking for?
Well, does council want it now?
Well, I want it proposed, as I have been promised, I want it proposed by the administration. It was an oopsie, you should have put it in. I don't want it built now. I want it part of the list of projects which we'll get to
Allison,
in
would you just
2021.
refresh my
And
recollection?
I will now refresh, it is
Well,
the,
if it's the 571
Five-
extension from Rabbit Hill Road towards McCaffrey's, then that's something we've been trying to do with prior monies. I've had a consultant who did an initial plan that was, I guess, rendered invalid by the work that the county did when they redid the bridge. So I've asked them for a price to update the design of that. What the county came back with was that if we touch that intersection for the crosswalks that are needed to get from the Landwin Boulevard side to the Rabbit Hill Road side and then cross Rabbit Hill Road to get down to the supermarket, they want the whole intersection redone to meet current standards, not just for the crosswalks, but all the indicators, all the PED actuators, whatnot. So I'm waiting for that consultant to let me know if they can handle the traffic engineering that goes along with that, or if I need to find a new consultant, or they can partner with a traffic engineer who can do that.
well, that's really nice to hear. This is the first I've heard of it. This is the first anyone from Bike Ped has heard of it, and I think that's nice. But that's only one phase, which I call the east phase. The west phase is to get from Slayback to Landwin, which means putting a sidewalk in front of 4 properties. And I have been approached by people in the community who say, I want to be able to walk to the park. I want to be able to have my kids bike on the sidewalk to the park. Landwin
to Slayback would be useful in itself, even while we're waiting for the upgrade of the intersection. So under what aegis can those four properties have a sidewalk? And I have volunteered, and others have volunteered, to go door to door and speak to the people.
Right. Well, that can certainly be looked at. Our main priority has been Cranberry Road. That's taken a surprisingly amount of work and management by staff, not only with handling the consultants, but keeping involved with the contractors, getting involved with the residents, with property acquisitions, with adjustments for the retaining walls that went in Phase B, 2B, the retaining walls, the fencing that went along with that, just a lot of the hand-holding that we had to do as the liaison between the contractor, the consultant, and the property owners.
Well,
So
I can see that.
That's really where a lot of our time went.
But all I'm asking is that both phases of this project be put somewhere on the 6-year capital budget so it'll be in the front of people's minds. You could put it in 22 or 23, but obviously doing the two phases at the same time or near each other would make for an even better project, because walking from Slayback all the way to McCaffrey's would be nice. Better than, this is the case if the whole is greater than the sum of the two halves. But I want it on the list. That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking that you do it this year, though hearing that there's already movement on the Rabbit Hill to the sidewalk leading to McCaffrey's is wonderful news. I'm really happy. I just want the rest put on the list. And I know that what Greater Mercer TMA is looking at is not filling in the gaps. They're looking at projects that are much more encompassing than just filling in sidewalk gaps. So I don't want to wait for their report, because this will fall under the radar.
Understood.
So if that can be somehow, send us an erratum sheet or something, just to let people know that that's coming up.
I just want to echo that too. I also heard a resident asking for the sidewalk to McCaffrey. And myself, I can walk over, no problem.
Yeah, well, you're coming from the other direction, but thank you. People want it. We just have to get those 4 homeowners between Slayback and Lanwin, and there are 3 properties, one vacant between Rabbit Hill and the bridge, or the county right-of-way.
Right.
But-
Well, certainly, we can modify the text. It'd be one thing to interconnect the missing link sidewalks. It'd be another thing if we're trying to designate them as an off-road bikeway. 'Cause
I
that would
wouldn't-
probably mean replacing what's existing to make it wider.
I don't
meet
think that
standards.
that's practical. I would call it a sidewalk.
Right.
I
Okay.
just know that teenagers are going to ride on it.
Okay.
So, thank you. Anybody have comments on 18 and later?
Just on page 20, on sidewalk repair for street trees, can you give us a feel for like how much you're getting? Like, okay, so there's X amount of damage and we're getting X% each year. Any idea on that, or?
Well, I'll give a little bit of background before that. On page 20, this program, the sidewalk repair program for street trees, what you see before you represents a bit of a departure from what we've done in the past.
Okay.
When the program first came about, it was done with a much smaller budget to be done with alternating budget years. So it would be 1 year we get money, next year zero. The year after that we get money, the following year zero, just to keep it a small, manageable program. Part of the reason was because of the staff level we have and the amount of, I was referring to hand-holding that goes with Cranberry when it comes to these sidewalks with street trees. That's even a greater amount of hand-holding between getting a complaint, understanding the complaint, lodging the complaint, advising people of the process, and the fact that technically by ordinance, they're still responsible for that sidewalk, that if something happens, they could technically be sued by someone who gets injured in a trip and fall incident. And not only that it's not an immediate fix. If they have an immediate need, they should repair it themselves, but otherwise, if they choose to wait for the township to get around to it, then they may be waiting a year or two up to do that. So what you see before you is I guess a request by administration to advance this or elevate the level of responsiveness to these complaints by providing funding now every year instead of every other year. So it's going to impact us at the staff level, but I'm sure it's something we'll find a way to make it work and make it manageable. But it means also that we would be more responsive to these complaints as they come in, and in the hopes of being able to do them every year instead of having people wait over a year, which leads to some of the complaints that we get is that I called last year and nothing's been done yet. It's like, well, we're only getting money this year, that's why nothing was done last year, is what we've been told. But as to your question of how much we've been able to do, Dan Dobromilski manages the program. He's actually in the audience if you want him to come up to speak a little bit about some of the details.
Okay, and can I get my house on the list, please? I've 28 Berkshire Drive.
For this program, people have to call in and get their name on the list?
Yes, we don't
Okay, 'cause
actively
that-
go out and review if we
Right.
identified at the staff level, had to take time to actually go around and look for these things. It would, again, take time away from other things, but
Yeah, I know that's not
we would
foolproof, though,
probably need
because
a-
I have called in the past and complained about it in front of my house, and the damage has been there 20 years, and it's never been fixed. I definitely called when my kids were little multiple times, and then you did my neighborhood, but you missed my house. But,
But that's.
somehow I didn't get on the list. I don't know why. I've talked about it a
Problem I
lot,
see with
but,
that, sometimes people, a lot of people sell their houses each year, new people come in, they don't realize they're supposed to call in.
right.
We have the trucks out there, they're here, but 2 doors down, the sidewalks are all broken up, they're going up.
yeah, again, we
And it's
don't
just like-
do community by community. We do based
I know, but
directly on response. If we wanted to do that, that would be an administrative policy change.
Right.
And it would be a much bigger elephant than what it currently is.
Yeah.
Up to the level of the road improvement program, there's
But it's
that
putting
much
people, you
work
want
that's
people
probably
on the
out there.
sidewalks, and then they go into the road, because every few houses get done, then the
Yes.
sidewalk goes up like this, and it gets fixed, and then it doesn't get fixed, and they're back out
And
in
people are
the
putting
road.
themselves in danger walking in the street instead of
Yeah.
walking on the sidewalk because the sidewalk's not fixed. But beyond that, I also think it's irresponsible for the township to be planting trees and saying, well, we're forcing this tree on you, and if it pushes up your sidewalk and somebody gets hurt, you're liable. I mean, I just don't think that's right.
Well, the ordinance says
So,
that the
I
homeowner's
think
supposed
that's
to do it,
wrong.
right? The ordinance
Yeah.
says that.
Yeah,
So until you remove
every
that,
property
have an issue
owner-
with that.
Right. Every property owner that has a sidewalk abutting their property is responsible for maintaining that sidewalk, whether that's throwing salt on ice or plowing snow or replacing it if it's broken or
Right, well,
displaced by the tree
that's the one that
roots.
I have an issue with. It's not the shoveling and all that kind of stuff. I get that's, you can't expect the township to do that, but if the township plants a tree that causes the damage, then why is the homeowner responsible for that?
Well, that's part of the
I
reason
just
why
think
this
that's an issue.
program was, I guess, implemented back before I started here. So-
Right.
But they're also not cutting sometimes the roots. You look at last year, Hunter's Run, Shadow Drive, Hawthorne Drive, all around there. I mean, some of them are done nicely, but somewhere there's big roots, they went up like this. And it's just going to take a year or two.
Mr. Dobermilson
Year or
can
two before
explain
you
that
have
to
to
you.
replace that again. So I wasn't,
It's not the case.
well, I'll walk my neighborhood with you and I'll.
No, I don't mean that's not the case, that
Sure.
they're not up and over. It doesn't, we do not have a large number of second-time repairs.
I've seen a lot of them in my neighborhood. You can tell that they've been replaced because they're different color and they're pushed up again. I mean, just did a big loop in my neighborhood a few months ago when it was nice. And I didn't count them, but it was a high percentage of the repairs were pushed up again. So, and this was before they came through then and did did a second round or whatever.
My house is several years ago now, it's up.
Yeah.
I have a question. If the township puts in a street tree and the homeowner doesn't want it, can the homeowner cut it down?
No. The township owns the tree.
So
The
how,
township doesn't put in, we do not plant new street trees in any locations. The only thing we do at present is replace trees that died. If you recall previously, I've told you that the Shade Tree Commission about 2.5 years ago determined that they would start planting smaller trees to try and avoid the problem of having the tree roots lift up the sidewalks.
yeah,
So we've been implementing that. So the trees that we're dealing with are trees that have been there for 15, 20, 35 years, or whatever the number of years are, that were planted by developers during the subdivision construction. The township does not plant new street trees in new locations.
so if an old street tree dies a natural death, and the homeowner really doesn't want it replaced, do you replace it anyway?
Not necessarily. No,
Just-
that's, we don't get that request, quite honestly. Most people want the tree.
That's the issue.
The majority of the
Most
requests that I
people-
get are for people want the tree. We get a lot of those requests if the tree fails, that they want the tree back.
I just wanted to make that clear, because I just don't think that the township is coming saying, you have to have a tree.
Right. No, my philosophy is it's in front of their house. If they really don't want the tree, we'll try and talk to them about, what's the concerns about the tree, and then I'm not going to make somebody have a tree in front of their house if they really, really don't want it. But that rarely happens, quite honestly.
And they also might not understand that they're liable if there's some damage done to the sidewalk, either to repair it or if somebody gets hurt. And they probably also don't understand that we're spending $15,000 planting new trees and $100,000 a year fixing sidewalks, and then it's going to go up to $125,000 a year. So they may, if they understood the tax implications, they might feel differently. Hey, would you rather we spend that money on something else? I don't know. I love trees. I've got 10 trees in my yard. So I'm not anti-tree. I just don't think that this program makes sense monetarily, and I don't think it's fair to the taxpayers to be responsible and have the liability for these things.
And our analysis is different than that. Our analysis by the Shade Tree Commission has shown that the trees more than pay for themselves in service. So, I can go through
we talked
it with
about
you.
that last year, but
last year.
I did not believe that analysis at all. I didn't think that was, I just didn't buy into that.
Well,
So-
I
It's
think we
methods
went
that
through this
that have been
last year.
researched and shown to be able to do the calculations. Yes, it's hard to put a number on what's the aesthetic value of a tree. So we don't even do that. It's only the environmental services of the tree, the reproduction of oxygen, the
Yeah, but you can
absorption
put a
of
tree in
pollutant.
your yard somewhere else where it's not going to cause damage to the sidewalk and get that same benefit. So
understand that.
that's a moot analysis,
Well,
in
there's
my
also
opinion.
there's also the safety factors of separating the pedestrian from the road. There's also the value of increasing value property by having tree-lined streets. It's been shown that having tree-lined streets increases the value of property. It's not very much, but that little bit, when you put it across all the properties in town, is very significant.
Yeah, but then you're not balancing that against the downsides to that, so that's a sort of a
No, I can do
one-sided
that.
analysis.
I've got
so-
numbers, I can go through
No, I know,
that
we
with you if
talked
you
about
want.
it last
Yeah.
year.
So, I mean, I can go through it. And
Agree to
I mean,
disagree.
all these questions that you have are things, we don't take it lightly, we research it. I've researched, while I'm out there marking every section of sidewalk to be replaced over the last contract, I checked off which ones were second repairs, and it was a very small percentage. I know the perception is it's not, but it wasn't. I've got the list going back 20 years showing where we did locations. I can compare them. I can show you it's not a large percentage.
Dan, anything that you handed out last year, could you please dig up? Because
Sure.
YC hasn't seen it.
Sure.
And I know he's interested.
Sure.
Right. And also along the same line, you mentioned the new development, they plant different trees to
No,
avoid
what there's-
problems,
so
or
there's-
I'm trying to learn something.
So say there was a new subdivision that came
Right.
in, can't think of one off the top of my head right now, but say there was a new subdivision that came in. We deal with it differently now. There's a long history of dealing with street trees, but at this point, we have the developer, when they put the tree in, use a root barrier. A root barrier is a plastic sleeve that helps the roots go below the situation. So any new streets, new tree planting, root barriers are used. They weren't used years ago because they weren't proven to actually be successful and not create other hazards. The potential exists that if you try and block a root, that the root will turn and girdle the tree and create a situation where the tree could fall over when the tree is large. That is why they weren't used in the previous. They've now designed them and came up with research to show that they are effective. So a number of years back, we started requiring them. We haven't had many new subdivisions. Most of our streets and street trees are very old. We have 20,000 street trees in town, approximately.
Now, when you replace the dead tree, you applying the same methodology, or you still just plant this old-fashioned way?
So we have streets, a lot of streets with 20,000 mature, mostly large trees. What we determined was that, a lot of times we plant them in groups of about 25, or they were planted in groups of 25 of the same species, say it was red maple. So now you have the situation where you have a tree that's probably 35, 40 feet tall, about 12 to 17 inches in diameter, and if one in the 25 or 5 in the 25 die for whatever reason, then you have a situation where if you put a small tree back in of the same species, it's never going to look the same. It's never going to fill in the same. So the Shade Tree Commission looked at that, looked at the sidewalk concerns, looked at all the different issues that are out there about not creating monocultures, et cetera, and decided to start implementing a situation that's like what occurs in a forest, where you would use what's called an understory tree, a smaller tree. The one that most people know is dogwood.
Right.
We don't use a lot of dogwoods because they're not the best street tree, but that's one that you could use, for instance. So they are a much smaller tree. They don't get as big. They don't have the root structure. The buttressing roots of the big tree is what causes the problem. The tree has to have those roots out in order to have a foundation, in order to hold the tree up. One of the reasons we don't cut roots of those big trees is because if you cut the roots of that tree, the tree could fall over into the yard or the street without any sign that that's going to happen. And having that tree fall over in a situation is much more dangerous than having the sidewalk that ramps over it. So that's why we don't cut the roots of the tree. It's only tree-by-tree decision as to actually how to implement the repair of the sidewalk. So that's why that's occurring.
I know.
Thank
I just think in a couple of years, a few places, it's going to break up again.
I'm not saying it's never going to happen. I'm just telling you
Yeah,
my
I can
experience.
see it already. Yeah.
I sat there, I tried to go through it. I wanted to see what is the occurrence rate, and it's not a lot.
Well, do you,
I had the two trees already in front of my yard. One got an issue. My wife called in years ago, and now it got, kind of fixed. But I haven't seen the second round, but maybe too early. Yeah, but.
So the difficulty is that the code says the property owner is responsible for the sidewalk. The way, for residential properties, my understanding, I'm not an attorney, but my understanding is that there's case law saying that residential, single-family residential homeowners are not actually liable for trips on sidewalks in front of their property. Commercial properties, multifamily are not. Their case law shows that. So although they're responsible, there is no liability from what I could see from the case law. If you do that search, that's what you'll find. However, the code says that they're responsible. The township does this in order to try and resolve the problem. We also do it because we get a much better price. The price we pay by grouping them all together is about a third of what it would cost for individual property owners to do the work. So in some ways, it's a service to the residents, saving them money by being able to group them all together. So that's why, over time, I believe this program has developed or evolved or whatever into the program that it is. If we wanted to remove all the street trees in town, you would be spending millions and millions of dollars to remove them all to eliminate the situation. If you want to just not ever replant a tree and just remove them as it become a problem, we're still going to spend that money. So, I mean, I understand that we're trying to save money, but ultimately, the problem exists because the trees were planted years ago, they're there, and the sidewalk's there, and we have to deal with it and manage it in the way that's most prudent, most pragmatic, and that's what we're trying to do.
Well, that's true, but like...
Could you just, you mentioned that you had looked at the history of the repairs in West Windsor. Is that in a form that can be shared with council?
I can try and put it in that form. I mean, part of the problem is, like Mr. Guzik was saying, we only have so much staff time. So if I sit there producing documents, then we're not getting work done. So the time I need to put that, I did look at it. What I was doing is, as I was doing the work, I was putting a check next to ones that were clearly second repairs, which you can tell by the difference in the concrete. It's not that difficult to tell the difference.
I know.
And making a check of that, I could tell you what my, results of that were. I mean, obviously, it's not a formal survey, but it's an informal survey from somebody who's been doing this work for a number of years and looks at it all the time, so I know what I'm looking at. And so I could give you actual numbers and not just, it's not a big percentage.
If it's easy, please do it. If it would take hours and hours, please don't. But at some point in the last 30 years, closer to 20 years ago, the township came through my neighborhood. They put in a sidewalk that was missing in front of somebody's house. It had been just dirt. And they fixed all sorts of sidewalks that had been distorted by tree roots.
That would have been part of the road program.
Yeah, but they did the whole neighborhood at once.
Yes, when we reconstruct a road, we will do the sidewalks, driveway aprons, and curbing at the same time while we're reconstructing the road. We do not go looking for sidewalks all over town. If we wanted to do that, then we would have to tell some neighborhoods, well, we're not going to get to this neighborhood for 5 to 6 years.
No, but
So
it's very good to know.
by doing it this way, we're trying to be reactive to the situations where people feel that there's a problem in front of their house and dealing with it. That's why the program is run the way it's run. If we wanted to pick neighborhoods or streets, then we could do that, but it's going to mean that other people are not going to get done for a very long time.
But,
it also saves no money by doing it street by street. The prices we get are incredibly low by doing it the way we're doing it.
Well, I'm just looking at page 23, where you have your annual residential road improvement program, and you have a list of neighborhoods.
Right. So those streets, if that street's getting redone that year, then we won't be doing the sidewalks on it. Under the sidewalk program, we would be doing it under the road program.
So when you redo Dunbar Drive, University Way, Nassau Place, Lanark Drive, Manor Avenue, Morning Sun, and Fieldston Road, you're not going to look at the sidewalks, you're just going to look at the street.
No,
No,
the opposite.
you're going to look at everything.
Right, we won't do the sidewalks on those streets that year under the street tree sidewalk program.
Right, no.
Do it under the road program.
Okay, but which would be better because you're doing the whole neighborhood.
Right, but that's only a couple streets a year.
Yeah, but it's not nothing, and it...
I understand, I'm just saying, but that's, the other thing under Well, that also, there are situations, there's a lot of situations we get where the driveway apron will crumble or fall apart or is damaged by something, a heavy truck that went in there or whatever, and that's when that's repaired also.
I
That
know
occurs when-
very well, because some years ago, when you did Windsor Drive, you also did my driveway apron, which was very nice of you, because it was falling apart.
Right.
Anyway, if I could just go back to Cranberry Road, Francis, there was a bill that I read about a month ago that said that you were looking at 20 properties for possible need for right-of-way acquisition.
That's just a budget placeholder in that consultant's proposal and contract award. So that, that proposal dealt with several different aspects of the project and the budget amount for each of them. So you were probably seeing that item listed on their invoicing, but there weren't any dollars actually charged to that category for
No,
that bill.
it was we were paying the contractor for doing we had awarded a contract, and we were paying the contractor, or this was listed as something in the contract. But it was in the bills, and I just wondered, when is it going to be time for the Bicycle and Pedestrian Alliance or other volunteers to reach out to the neighbors and see if the neighbors can get excited over this next phase, and if some of the neighbors have to be talked into cooperating, their neighbors are probably the best people to do it.
Right.
So,
Well, probably the bill you saw was from our engineering consultant, survey consultant. We've had the base maps updated and have received that information back. One of the projects I currently have Mr. Taylor working on is taking a look at a couple alternatives for that stretch of Cranberry Road sidewalk. Because on some properties, we're very constrained with right-of-way. On other properties, we have ample right-of-way. So I've asked him to look at two layouts, one similar to what we did in the first phase of Cranberry Road, which was putting the new curb in on the lane line and putting the sidewalk right next to the curb. And then the other alternative is still putting the curb in, but giving several feet of green space before we have the sidewalk. And under each of those options, see which has the greater amount of properties that are affected by encroachments outside of the right-of-way onto their private property, basically seeing how many would require parcel acquisition.
yeah.
And then we would have that conversation with the property owners about
Well,
how the
the
consensus
existing,
wants to move forward.
the existing segment does include a little area where the sidewalk is not right up against the curb.
Right.
It's around a curve, which really is a good place to be a little bit back from the road.
Yeah, that was done at the request of the property owners who received the retaining walls, that they didn't want to have zero room for snow storage, for snow plowing and whatnot, that little bit of green space gives them a place for their mailbox, for, again, garbage cans, recycling cans, snow storage, without affecting the sidewalk itself.
So, at some point, there should be reaching out to the property owners in the new section, because some of them may prefer the little green space for the same reasons.
Right, we'll get the alternatives together, we'll present them to administration and the mayor, and then we'll determine how we're proceeding with meeting with the residents, whether we're going to hold a public meeting or send out individual letters and set up individual
both?
meetings when people are available. Or both.
The bill mentioned 20 properties.
Mhm.
I went to a map, not a tax map. It was one of these maps, and I counted 1, 2, 3, 4. And it seemed to me that the 20 properties, since you're only looking at one side of the street,
Correct.
gets you past Millstone Road. So can you at least share with council what the terminus of that phase would be?
It's actually should be on, what page is Cranberry Road? Page 36. What does it talk about? No. Well, if it's not described, I don't see it jumping out at me. But basically, we're looking to get from where it ends now at Stobie Lane to get to Van Ness Park
Okay,
as our next phase.
so that's the answer, Stobie Lane to Van Ness Park, or actually across the street from Van Ness Park.
Correct.
So I'm just curious how much money is left over from the 250, how much money is left over from 18, if any, for this project? Because you're asking for 250,000 for 19.
Honestly, I would have to get back to you. I don't have that information with me.
No. Thank you.
But whatever's left over is
to-
bonded money, so it's available.
Yeah.
For this project. Yeah.
For the specific purpose that it was.
Bonded for.
Well, it could be
For this
used
project.
for Cranberry Road improvements. I mean, this is not the final phase, so if we're appropriating money for Phase 2A, then we could use it on 2B, or it's just we can't use it for some other project elsewhere. Okay. So anybody have any other questions?
Page 38, annual flood abatement program. So what I noticed is a 50K until 2023. Seems to be a double jump. I just wonder what's the rationale?
For the increase in 2023,
I mean, I would expect some kind of slow rise or something.
yeah, that is really just a placeholder, to be honest with you. I don't have any anticipated expenditure for that dollar amount at this time.
There's no something special? There's not something
No,
special? Okay.
no, there's no specific future project in mind for that budget increase.
Then we should probably keep it at 50. It doesn't matter, because it's, but
Well, it doesn't
when
matter.
everybody sees it double, then it just puts up a red flag, but
Yeah.
you must have something in mind. Or else just don't put any money in.
Or
Several-
you could
it's
take
4 years
22
out.
and 23 and make it 75 each, so it'll look as if we're escalating slowly.
We don't need to do that, I don't think.
So I think the point is that in order to plan long-term, you should have something there. It shouldn't just be, well, let's just put $100,000 in for something that may come up in the future. You either have something that you anticipate or you don't.
Well, if we don't, we just didn't want to double it.
Right, yeah.
It doesn't matter. What's matter is 2019 right now, but that's 5 years out, 4 years.
So, page 41, we're looking at sewer collection and pump station improvements.
Correct.
How much are we spending on the
pump station we would really rather decommission. How much is not decommissioning it because we can't get under the Amtrak line costing us per year?
That is really more a Public Works and Administration question, because I don't have that information on what we're paying for utility bills or how much labor is
Okay,
Public Works putting towards that pump station.
Marlena, could you get that? Because here we have 500,000 for improvements at Duck Pond Run Pump Station, Southfield Road Pump Station, Braemar Drive, South Post Road, Hunters Run, and West Boulevard.
Right. The main reason for the dollar amount requested is what's anticipated to be the cost to actually get Duck Pond decommissioned, to do this next phase of getting under the tracks, getting to the pump station, get rid of it, put it in there. We don't yet have those plans finalized. There's two sets of consultant working on two different parts of that, and I don't have a budget estimate for that. So this dollar amount combined with some prior years' funding that's still held gets us close to what the last bids were received for the project, which we couldn't award several years ago because we didn't have that amount of money available. If it's not all needed for that project, there are a number of other improvements needed at other pump stations that money could be used for. So in order to be able to have that flexibility of being able to spend that, if it's not all needed here, let's get this other stuff done, is how this program is worded in the way that it's worded.
No, that's very sensible. But do you actually have any hope of being able to decommission that in the next calendar year?
Yes, we're hoping to get it done by the end of this calendar year.
So they're going to get under the Amtrak line somehow?
Yes, it basically was a change from the method of jack and bore to be done. The first way Amtrak allowed us to do it, which is what went out to bid, is what was called the pilot tube method, where you basically have a 6-inch tube that they had to try to ram several hundred feet under the train tracks, but the soils were not conducive to that. They were too many obstructions, too dense of a soil, and it deflected too far out of alignment. That contractor came back with a proposed change order to go to microtunneling, which is where you have a powered, augering, steerable device at the head of your jack and bore system that basically grinds up, just like the tunnels are built for cars, but on a smaller scale. It augers up the material in front of it, mixes it in a slurry system, gets pumped to the back, and basically does it under pressure, so there's no chance of collapse of the tunnel, which would cause a problem with the train tracks above it. But it is a very technically advanced system. It requires a lot more machinery, equipment, manpower, so it's a lot more expensive. And again, the change order the initial contractor want was outside of the budget. It exceeded the allowable amount. When we went out to bid for it the first time, there was a lot of uncertainty with the information that we had, so the bids that we received were conservatively high in favor of the contractors, so we didn't have the money for that. And that's basically how it led to us now having two consultants, one who specializes in this type of work, to refine the plans and specs for that work to get the costs more manageable in favor of the township when we go out to bid.
And you have the extra 500,000.
Yes.
Thank you for that cogent explanation. I'm really looking forward to not paying for repairs every month. That's what it seems when I go through the bills and claims.
There's been a couple projects that we did. The last was a control valve replacement for that station because there were a couple of valves that were so deteriorated they couldn't shut the station down if, knock on wood, there was an emergency out there. So the last bit of capital projects I have are in the municipal facilities and related improvements, pages 102, 103, 104, which are the parks and preserve open space maintenance. There's really no changes from last year, either in the dollar amounts being requested or in the work that's to be done. And these are all paid for out of a portion of the open space tax, the percentage that can be devoted to those purposes. So I don't know if you have any specific questions. but those-
Francis, do we spend that whole amount every year?
Yes. Yes.
This is the 35% of the open space tax. We spend it all.
Yep.
If we didn't need it for obvious purposes, we'd find a reason
We
to
fund
spend it.
it, we don't necessarily spend it every year, but it
It's
stays on the
allocated.
books.
It stays in this budget, not the acquisition budget.
Okay, so my question is then, do we have a pool of money there that we haven't used yet that's hanging out? If we put that, if we set aside that amount of money every year and we haven't been spending that amount of money every year, then that would mean there's some chunk of money sitting around. And I don't think we'd want that. Either use it
Well-
or,
Well, we can
figure out
use
some way
it.
to use it.
We can use it
For
for acquisition if
that
we
or-
needed to, but there are all sorts of development of open space and development of recreational open space that we might need that money for.
So it's just in a holding account until something comes up that we need it for.
I-
I mean, I think that's
I-
okay too. I just want to make sure we have a handle on what that is and,
It would be useful, administration, it would be useful to have the open space funds, to know how much is in the 35% that hasn't been spent, if any.
Every year, when a bond ordinance or a capital ordinance is done, it's assigned a number, and this will show in our year-end financials what the balance is in those various accounts, as well as the other bondable capital accounts.
Okay.
and when do we get those? I forget.
March 11th.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yes,
March
thank you.
is kind of soon.
Yes, it is. Hard to believe.
On page 105, the annual park development program.
That's Mr. Jacobs. He handles
Okay.
that part of the money.
All right, yes, okay.
So if we have no more questions for Francis and for our new employee, thank you for coming and introducing yourself, John. Thank you both very much.
All right.
Thank you,
Thank you for your
guys.
time.
Take 5 minutes.
We may have one other program that Dan Dobromilski is administering. It's the, has to do with the Emerald Ash Borer. I believe that's in the capital budget.
Yes.
Oh, right.
That's partially funded with grant money that Dan was
Yeah, that's page
able-
39 in your capital.
Page
39.
39.
And I would suggest that after we go through this project and Dan answers any questions you may have, we go to public comment and then go into closed session.
I mean, I have read so much about this in various situations. It was in the newspaper, it was in letters to the editor. Of course, I'm on FOOS, and I heard about it there. So I thought this was self-explanatory. So I don't have any questions, but if anybody else has questions, please ask.
Yeah, I think we had gotten a lot of information on this last
This
year.
is the
so-
third,
so the-
I think this is the third year that we've been implementing it with this budget.
Right.
We've been this will be the fourth year that we're treating the trees we're treating that are treatable.
But the removal and replacement, we are into, this will be the third year we're into the program.
For the benefit of the new council member, do you want to just,
So I could give you a quick thumbnail. Basically, we have about 1,800, about 9% of our street trees are or were ash species. There was a bug, emerald ash borer was introduced from Asia, came in, they believe, through the port of Detroit over a decade ago, slowly spread from there across the United States, basically. It's not in every state yet. And it's the bug kills ash trees native to North America. It is almost impossible, it is impossible to control the bug. So the question came down to, can you stop it by treating the tree? In order to treat it, you have to treat the tree either every year or every other year or every third year, depending on which treatment you use and things of that sort. But and you have to treat it for a long period of time, at least a decade or more, while the bug's still potentially around. So back 3 or 4 years ago, the Shade Tree Commission did an analysis, came up with a management plan of how was best to manage the 1,800 trees that we have. The determination was, of the 1,800, we would try and treat 400 of them, remove and not replace 100 of them because they were near a fire hydrant or a light pole or something that having a big tree near there no longer made sense. And the other 1,200 we would replace with a smaller tree, like the ones we've been talking about, so that we wouldn't have other issues with the sidewalk and potentially. So we're approaching halfway through the removal and replacement part of the program. So the money we're in the 2019 budget, actually, because of the way the budgets work, won't actually be spendable till next year for tree work. Because by the time we have to go out to bid now, and the money's not spendable, so I can't go out to bid on money that doesn't exist. So the money we're going out now is last year's money, basically. So that's why a lot of the park money is the same way. We spend it a year or two later because you have to have it in spendable before you can spend it. You can't go out to bid on money you don't have. So that's where we're at. So this 2019 is the last big budget number in order to continue along. And then the numbers go down, and ultimately in 2024, that's the treatment number. We actually found the treatment numbers have gone down in price because of numerous reasons, the cost of the chemical that's used and the familiarity with it by arborists. So we've actually increased the number that we're treating to 500 because we were able to, it became more effective that way. So right now, we've adjusted the numbers a little bit based upon that. We also did get a $300,000 grant from the state of New Jersey to do the replanting part, not the removal, only the replanting part. And so we are using that funding to replant as many trees as we can under the program. How that ultimately falls out depends upon the bidding. So that's kind of a thumbnail if that makes sense.
So,
thank you.
thank you very much. Okay, so that's...
Thanks, guys. Nice
Thank
meeting
you.
you.
Yes. So, people have asked for a little break, so why don't we take a 5-minute break?
You want to do public
Actually,
comment?
is that okay? We have public comment first. John, please. Why don't you just sit
Can I
down?
use one of these? It's not on.
Turn it down.
There it goes. Great. Thanks everyone to everyone for doing a great job preparing the budget. And I did distribute a little handout, which I think you all had, comments. A lot of these have been answered already, and I do appreciate everyone's input here. So, so just on the emerald ash borer, the last thing we talked about. Is it understood that the dying ash trees along the streets that will be taken out, are they going to be replaced? I wasn't sure, and if so, Are they going to be replaced by using a state grant? I would suggest that you ask the property owners that these trees are in front of, that whether they really want street trees replaced. Many of them may not, because of the sidewalk issue. I don't know whether this is mandatory, do we have to do it, or do we don't have to do it? I'm not sure, so I think that should be optional with every property owner. If they take a street tree out, if it should be replaced or not. If it were me, I would say no, because of first of all, these trees do drop leaves. You've got to rake them up. You've got to put them in the street. There's a disposal cost with taking those leaves away, and there's always other issues that come up. Now, I like my own trees. Unfortunately, I've got 2 large pin oaks that may die. It's terrible. I'll probably have to take them out in the next few years. So I'm not against trees at all, but the trees on the streets, they are the ones that cause the problems. So that's about all I have. It's a long day, I know, and you want to get on with whatever else you have to do. So I hope that the handout I distributed will be useful to all of you. And so thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours. Okay, why don't we take our little break now, and we come back, we'll go into closed session.